Family groups considered, right? Yeah, he's still here. You really are. Yeah, you know, he's the most. You know how to get hold of him. I know how to get hold of him. Really? It would be good. Oh, yeah. If we can have him maybe come get him. Yeah, he would do that, so. I mean, I get him hold of him. All right. It's not. We all work on the road. I think they let us do that. Yeah, this is that's true. I agree with you, 100%.
All right. All right, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call the Kenai Planning and Zoning Commission meeting for May 12th, 2021 to order. Will you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, before we get going, I'm just going to find out if anyone has a problem with how close we are out there. We're technically over the amount of people that are recommended, so if anyone has an issue with it, we can fix it if we need to. If everybody's okay with it, we're just going to carry on.
We're good.
Good, Jeff, but if we need to, we can adjust and we can move.
Yeah, I think it's okay right now, but if we get more people that still continue to come in, maybe once you've testified, if you could at least step out into the hall or something like that. But, yep, okay.
Back out.
All right, very good. Moving on, then we'll go to A2 roll call, please.
Chair Twait,
Here.
Commissioner Springer,
Here.
Commissioner Halstead,
Here.
Commissioner Doppett,
Here.
Vice Chair Fikes,
Here.
Commissioner Greenberg,
Here.
and Commissioner Woodard. Here. You have a quorum.
All right, item A3, agenda approval, wishes of the commission. Commissioner Greenberg.
I move to approve the agenda.
To include
To include the
pretty quick
laydown.
laydown item there, right?
Yeah, to include the laydown.
Okay, we have a second?
A second.
Second. Any objections? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Item A4, consent agenda. Commissioner Greenberg.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Motion made and seconded. Any objections? Seeing none, the consent agenda is approved. Takes us down to item C, scheduled public comment. We have none. Item D is unscheduled public comment. Anyone wishing to come forward and speak to an item that's not on the agenda? All right, seeing none, there's another option at the end of there if you want to participate in that portion of it as well. So that takes us to item E, consideration of plats. We have one before us tonight. E1 is PZ 2021-14, a preliminary plat subdivision for FBO subdivision number 11, submitted by Segasur Surveys on behalf of the City of Kenai. Staff report.
Good evening, Chair Twaits and fellow commissioners. My name is Ryan Foster. I'll be giving the staff presentation this evening on PZ 2021-14 preliminary plat for the FBO subdivision number 11. Next slide, please. Brief summary, Segasur Surveys has submitted a preliminary plat on behalf of the property owner, which is the City of Kenai. The City of Kenai wishes to increase the size of the Lot 3 for the construction of approximately 5,600 square foot building to be used for stand storage for maintenance of the airfield. And you can see on the right-hand side, this is the existing lots. And the southern lot is the airfield operations center, and then the northern lot, which is really just a largely treed site with a pad on it that is leased to the Division of Forestry for their operations there, especially during summertime forest fire activities. Next slide, please. And so this is the preliminary plat that shows the adjustment of that boundary. The plat affects the parcels described as lots 3 and 4, FBO subdivision number 7. The proposed lot 3A of FBO subdivision number 11 is comprised of approximately 4.725 acres, And then the Lot 4A FBO subdivision number 11 is comprised of approximately 2.475 acres. And again, you can see here the adjustment of that line to the north to provide more space next to the Airfield Operations Center for a sand storage facility. Next slide, please. Staff's analysis. Access to the proposed lots is provided via North Willow Street, which is a paved city-maintained road. Water and sewer lines are located within the right-of-way of North Willow Street. The airport operations building is connected to city water and sewer services. The lessee of Lot 4 FBO subdivision number 7 may connect to water and sewer services, and an installation agreement is not required. The preliminary plat meets requirements of KMC subdivision design standards and KMC 141080 minimum improvements required under Chapter 1410 subdivision regulations. Next slide, please. City staff recommends approval of the preliminary plat of FBO subdivision number 11, subject to the following conditions. Condition 1, further development of the property should conform to all federal, state of Alaska, and local regulations. That concludes my presentation. Happy to stand for questions.
All right, thank you. Let's see if we can get a motion on the floor, please. Commissioner Commissioner Greenberg's got it.
I move to approve PZ 2021-14.
All right, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, and we will open this up for public testimony as well. If anyone wishes to come forward to speak to PZ 2021-14, now's the time. All right, do not see any. We'll close public hearing, bring it back to the commission. Any discussion? Commissioner Halstead, anything?
This looks pretty straightforward. I don't see any issues with this. I'd be voting in approval of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Commissioner Springer,
Yes.
Commissioner Halstead,
Yes.
Commissioner Doffett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Fikes,
Yes.
Commissioner Greenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodard. Yes. And Chair Twait.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, that'll move us on to item F, public hearings. We have, I believe, 2 of those. F1 is Resolution PZ 21-15, an application for a conditional use permit for cabin rentals for the property described as Lot 3, James H. Cowan Estates, located at 1050 Angler Drive. Application submitted by Brian Lowe, Rachel Lowe, and Bryson Lowe. Staff report.
Thank you, Chair Twait and fellow commissioners. Staff's presentation is on Resolution PZ 2021-15. This is a conditional use permit for cabin rentals at 1050 Angler Drive. Brief summary. Applicant Brian Lowe. This is, again, for a property address at 1050 Angler Drive. This is approximately 1.41 acre property. The existing zoning is rural residential. It is a vacant parcel, and the land use plan is low density residential. And you can see the map here that shows the subject parcel. Next slide, please. Cabin rentals are listed as conditional use within the rural residential zone in Kenai Municipal Code 142210. The land use table, KMC 1420-320 definitions, defines cabin rentals as means the renting out of one or more individual detached dwelling units or buildings to provide overnight sleeping accommodations for a period of less than 30 consecutive days. Next slide, please. Site plan identifies a rough layout of the 4 rental cabins. Each cabin is approximately 428 square feet plus a porch. Next slide, please. Staff's analysis. Review criteria for conditional use permits. Pursuant to KMC 1420-150A, the intent of a conditional use permit is to allow some uses that may be compatible with the designated principal uses in specific zoning districts, provided certain conditions are met. KMC 1420-150D, conditional use permits review criteria, states 6 conditions that the Planning and Zoning Commission must deem to exist when establishing findings prior to issuing a conditional use permit. Next slide, please. And now we'll go through each of these six review criteria. Criteria 1, the use is consistent with the purpose of this chapter and the purposes of the intent of the zoning district. Staff's response is that the proposed 4 cabins meets the intent of the rural residential zone, provide for low-density residential development in outlying and rural areas in a form which creates a stable and attractive residential environment. The specific intent in establishing this zone is to separate residential structures to an extent which will, A, preserve the rural open quality of the environment, B, prevent health hazards in areas not served by public water and sewer. 2, to prohibit uses which would, A, violate the residential character of the environment, and B, generate heavy traffic in predominantly residential areas. The land use table provides that cabin rentals are a conditional use. Therefore, a conditional use permit must be granted for construction and operation of these rental cabins. And the applicant has provided a site plan that provides the layout of the cabins and parking. And we'll talk a little bit about site plans in more detail when we review the conditions of approval, recommended conditions of approval. Criteria 2, the value of the adjoining property and neighborhood would not be significantly impaired. Staff's response is the parcels located in the north, south, and east and west of the subject property are zoned rural residential and are undeveloped city-owned property to the west. With single-family residential uses of north, south, and east, the value of adjacent property should not be significantly impacted with the construction of 4 rental cabins. Generally speaking, new construction tends to increase property values in a neighborhood. Criteria 3, the proposed use is in harmony with the comprehensive plan. Staff's response is that the comprehensive plan has goals to support businesses and economic development and to provide a high quality of life within the city. There are several cabins, lodges, and guide services already on Angler Drive, and 4 additional rental cabins will not impair the quality of life within the neighborhood. Low-density residential land uses typically include single-family low density and large lots with an individual on-site water supply and wastewater disposal systems. Below are specific goals, objectives from the comprehensive plan that support this application. That's economic development 9, capitalize on the tourism industry by making Kenai as a destination for recreational activities, conventions, festivals, arts, cultural, and other events. Land use 2, promote the infill of existing improved subdivision lots. And quality 4, promote the siting and design of land uses that are in harmony and scale with surrounding uses. Criteria 4, public services and facilities are adequate to serve the proposed use. Staff's response is that city water and sewer is not in the vicinity of the subject property. Therefore, on-site water and wastewater treatment and disposal systems will be necessary. The applicant must meet the wastewater disposal requirements of KPB Chapter 2040 and the regulatory requirements of the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation. The property has access to electricity and telephone services, and Angler Drive is a paved road which is maintained by the city of Kenai. Criteria 5, the proposed use will not be harmful to the public safety, health, or welfare. Staff's response is that the use of 4 rental cabins will not be harmful to public safety, health, or welfare. Staff believes that services are available to adequately serve this development, and the applicant has provided the city staff with a draft site plan which indicates there will be sufficient parking available for rental guests. Criteria 6, specific conditions deemed necessary. And that's on the next slide, please. Recommendations. City staff find that the applicant meets the criteria for issuance of a conditional use permit as set forth in subsections D1 through D4 of Kenai Municipal Code 142185, and hereby recommends that the Planning and Zoning Commission approve the conditional use permit application subject to the following conditions. I'm actually going to go ahead. I'm going to read through these conditions, even though this is in the staff report and on these slides. 1, further development of the property shall conform to all federal, state of Alaska, and local regulations, and that's to note that a potential issuance of a conditional use permit doesn't mean that there aren't further steps that an applicant needs to take, such as Condition 2, prior to issuance of a building permit, a landscape site plan must be reviewed and approved by the planning director. And so we talked earlier about this really actually very rough site plan that was submitted with this conditional use permit application, that the applicant is actually going to have to provide a much more detailed landscape and site plan showing that they're able to meet the landscape standards as well as the zoning and site plan standards, setbacks, parking, all the development requirements for construction on this property. Condition 3, prior to beginning construction of the project, a building permit must be issued by the building official for the city of Kenai. And again, that's a separate building application that needs to be submitted for the building official and reviewed. Condition 4, a yearly conditional use permit report must be submitted to the city of Kenai prior to the 31st day of December for each year. Next slide, please. Condition 5, the applicant will meet with city staff for on-site inspections when requested. Condition 6, if there is a change of use for the above described property, a new conditional use permit must be obtained pursuant to 1420-150 I-5. Condition 7, pursuant to KMC 1420-150 I-2, this permit shall expire automatically upon termination or interruption of the use for a period of at least 1 year. And Condition 8, failure to provide documentation to the city for meeting these conditions shall be grounds for the suspension or revocation of the conditional use permit. That concludes my presentation. Happy to stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Foster. Can we get a motion on the floor, please?
Motion.
Commissioner Dothett. Go ahead and read. Can you read that in just the
What is the PZ on this?
2021-15?
Motion for approval on 2021-115.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Second.
All right, and we will open it up for, there wasn't a laydown on this one, I don't think, was there? No. And we did at the beginning anyway with the, so. All right, at this time, we'll open it up for public testimony. Anyone wishing to come forward and testify to PZ 2021-15?
I would.
What's that? Oh, I guess even on this one, we need to do that too. Okay. So anyone in the council's chambers, we're going to go through those first, and then if there's anybody on Zoom, we'll do it. So anyone in the council chambers wishing to testify to PZ 2021-15?
I have a question.
So just so we can get you on here, and I probably should have jumped on this ahead of time, but when we do these public testimonies, I'll call on you, you come forward, and if you can state your name and address for the record, and then after that, the 3-minute time clock will start ticking, so.
Okay, my name's Jerry Huff, I live at 765 Ames Road. I'm just wondering why the city would consider issuing a conditional use permit before all the site plans are all documented and taken care of. This particular piece of property's already had the dirt work done, and I understand there's piling down there for the buildings already, so they're all well into this project already, and we're just now getting to the conditional use permit with conditions. And with Angler Drive, a lot of the problems in the Angler Drive right now are that people get conditional use permits under conditional use protocols, and after 6 months, all those conditional use protocols are thrown out the window, and they're doing other things than what they're supposed to be doing. More people staying there, more boats, more this, more that. So when we come to the city of Kenai for resolutions to try to straighten this problem out, we have no recourse. The city doesn't do anything. They don't go down. They don't say, hey, you're outside of your bounds of your conditional use permit. You're working outside of the conditional use boundaries. If we don't have any teeth in the conditional use process within the city of Kenai. We've got several problems down on Angler Drive as today, we already have problems with that. I mean, we have people running around with golf carts on city streets. We have people that are, running practically a restaurant to sell liquor. They sell alcohol. They have parties. They have loud music till late at night. The police have been called dozens and dozens of times on a particular individual that's going to be involved in this project. So the part of the problem is that they leave it to the residents of the city of Kenai, neighboring residents, to police their activities, and when we do, nothing ever gets resolved because they don't have any enforcement. So that's my big concern with issuing another permit on Angler Drive. in my opinion, the city should not issue any more conditional use permits for anything until they do something with the conditional use process. Because the way it looks to me like right now, as long as you cut and paste these conditions out of the 150-page document, that's the city, the criterias, and they say you're gonna follow that, they'll give them a permit, no matter how many residents came in, no matter how much opposition you get, as long as they follow that criteria and that document, the city issues a permit, and then there's no recourse from that day forward. Some individuals down on Angler Drive have permits they're working off of that are in the name of their relatives that don't even live in the state anymore. They haven't been here, they're not even residents here anymore. So I don't know what, when we say that they have to follow up with their permits every year, or somebody looks at it, I think what I've been told is that they ask them if their taxes are paid, if their property taxes are paid, but I don't think anybody ever goes by and says, hey, so what are we doing here? I mean, and I don't expect the city to go and check these places out, but when you do come up with a complaint or a problem, the city should at least address it. Because this is the body that issues the permit, they should be the body that takes care of the problem.
Okay.
Appreciate your
Yep,
time.
and I'll tell you what, maybe, before I have you go down, I'll ask if anybody else has any questions here for Vice Chair Fikes.
So I understand some of your concerns. Have you taken them up with, city staff or administration?
Oh, yeah.
And
Several times.
several times?
I mean, one of the individuals here is, you know, guiding without a license, has boats on the river that aren't registered with the Park Service.
So I'll tell you what, we're gonna
We
try
could
to.
go on and on and
Yeah,
on
we'll
here,
try to
fellas.
keep this narrow, because this is gonna take a while to get through everybody. But I mean, if she's got a question, answer the question. We'll just try not to get
Sure.
veered off,
I mean,
because I understand completely. Anybody else have any questions? Commissioner Dothett, no? Thinking. Good, all right.
No?
Okay, you can sit down.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and again, in council chambers, anyone wishing to testify to PZ 2021-15?
And, just Ron Rogalski, 945 Ames Road, thank you very much.
Okay,
First of all, thank you all for your service on these boards, and I'm on several, and I know how much effort it is and what you gotta sort through. I second what Mr. Huff just said, and one of the things that strikes very, very loudly home is a comment, and I don't remember, I didn't keep track of the notes, is the value of the surrounding area, the value to the neighborhood, the value to your property. And I know painfully well from having someone next to me, one of the things he spoke of, it greatly devalues the use of my property. It greatly devalues what I can do with it. And if I have to have full disclosure with real estate, as you well know, I have to tell somebody that this stuff's going on if I try to sell my property. It devalued it. And I would say to both these items that are on the docket here tonight is planning and zoning. Zoning, it has a reason why it's zoned. It has a reason why you zoned it that way in the first place. And to have to go say, well, I'm gonna get a conditional use permit, okay, well, I understand, had a long discussion with the city managers, in fact, this afternoon, about how, conditional use permits work. And the fact that you can have those, you can ask to essentially bypass the rules. The rules are there for a reason. People buy these properties for a reason, and they absolutely want them to be followed. And then for someone to come in and say, well, I want to do something different, in particular, people who buy something when they already know what the zoning is, they move in when they already know what the zoning is. As Mr. Huff said, they start building something and say, well, let me go to these people and let them give me an exception to the rules so I can do something different than the city. And I can't emphasize enough, I know none of you people are involved in any of this. You don't live there, you don't know that. But if these people moved in next door to you and started doing some of the stuff that's going on with some of these conditional use permits, you would say, wait a minute, time out. As Mr. Huff said, the police have been involved in a number of them, and you say, well, the city has some oversight to this. Recognize they do, but it's a tough duty. You guys don't get called to come down and deal with it. The city comes down to deal with it. The police officers have to come down, take their time off of doing something much more important than coming down to deal with some problem in their neighborhood I've had these conversations with them many times, and they keep just adding on and adding on and adding on. But I would summarize with, you know, these people come in and try to do something that isn't set up, it isn't approved, it isn't allowed, but let me do it. Let me get an exceptional use permit, right? So that I can come in and do something that, you know, really wasn't built. The neighborhood wasn't built for it, the zoning wasn't built for it. I would just leave it at that. Thanks very much for your time.
Oh, you don't get to go that quick. Hang on, somebody might have a question for you. Anyone have any questions?
I just have a question. In this particular neighborhood, the one we're talking about, do you have a rough idea how many, or maybe you don't know, or maybe thought Mr. Foster might be able to look it up for us. How many conditional use permits are currently active or for this particular type of business in that particular area?
In that particular area,
I guess it would be the Angler Drive in general
okay,
area.
quite a few, in fact. And if we go back in history, I know I'm over my limits on somebody's time.
No, as long as I ask you a question, you're good. You can.
At one point, there was a proposal to lift the zoning down there because there were so many conditional use permits. There's a bunch. There really is. And most of them are very straightforward, and they do their business and stuff. I know a couple of them very well. And the thing is, they you know, the more you get, the more you get. And it's kind of like almost you know, they're all down there, we're going to do some more. And that's where the creep comes. But I would argue again that I know at least two people live in that particular area. They're not here tonight, and some of them are seasonal, some of them are not. But they live there. They don't run cabins, they don't run rentals and stuff, but now here's some rentals around you. Here's some more rentals around you. And I know we can't discriminate against who owns it, where they come from, right? But I will readily admit to having a bias to seasonal people who buy something and not here all year, but then they flood it, you know, in the summer. We buy our property in rural residential so we can live there and live there year round, not so these people can come around it. And it's like, okay, as long as they keep a level keel, people are pretty much okay with that. But when it starts getting here, there, and now more come, and now more come. So there is a bunch, and as I said, there was a push at one time to just lift the zoning down there so they didn't have to deal with it. And I won't even quote the person's name who said, this is too much paperwork for me, I want this crap stopped, so let's just zoning.
We're going to keep this thing between some bumpers here so we don't get too far off track.
I'm over it, so.
There's quite a few. That was the answer to the question, right? There's quite a few businesses. Okay.
I understand a lot.
All right.
Sorry.
Anyone else have any questions? All right.
Probably
thank you.
Not.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff.
All right. Anyone else in council chambers wishing to testify to PZ 2021-15? Please come forward. Same thing. Name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name's Rick Baldwin. Live at 3080 Kiminad Court, Kenai. Given the fact that you're actually stuck with statutes that you have to follow, I'd like to talk about those for a minute in relation to this particular application. Conditional use permit does provide for flexibility, but you have to consider the impact of the proposed use on the surrounding property. That's under your conditional use permit statute. And you have to be sure that this it subscribes to the conditions and the intent of the chapter and the other zoning areas in which the conditional use permit is to be granted. With respect to the rural residential zone, the big item I think that's being discussed tonight is whether it would prohibit uses which would violate the residential character of the environment. And I think I read environment to mean neighborhood. With respect to Angler Drive, I think the key question then that you have to ask is that would this violate the key character of this particular neighborhood, the key residential character of this particular neighborhood? And I think from what you've heard, very little residential character remains in the Angler area. It's Fish Central. It's got lodges in it. It's got, I don't know what plexes, or no, there's at least 4 plexes, but people are building back in there to house their seasonal employees and clients. Their lodges, and I think if you look, you could find a smattering of residences, but I'm not sure that a residence down there that's not associated with the lodging and guiding business is going to be found. So I guess the point is the residential character of this neighborhood is such that, as was pointed out by your staff, a few more cabins probably isn't going to make much difference in the character of this particular neighborhood. And so as I read your code, you're probably well within your discretion, and you may grant this. You're not obligated to grant it. But you may grant this permit. And I think because it is, what's being asked for is consistent with the character of this particular neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, anyone have any questions for Mr. Baldwin? No? All right, anyone else in the chamber area to testify to PZ 2021-15? I don't think so. You could whisper it to somebody and have them come up and do it. There's an opportunity.
Just having a discussion here, it's important, but that's all right.
We've got to give everybody an opportunity.
Well, I'll tell you what, here's what I'll do. If there is nobody else to testify to this one here, I'll let you come up for a minute if you can cram it through in a minute. But you need you to come up again so we can be, are you good?
Sure.
Okay. You don't want to come up then?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, come on up.
I thought I was waiting for everybody else, though. I may want to comment.
Oh, yeah, you're up here. We'll check out in.
Do you need my name again?
Yep, please.
Okay, my name is Jerry Huff. I live at 765 Ames Road. I just had to make a comment on Rick's testimony there that he is correct that Angler Acres is saturated with conditional use permits, guiding outfits, lodges, and most of these people are responsible people. A lot of them live here year-round. Some don't. But this just proves the point that Angler used to be a residential neighborhood. And it's just evolved into, a tourism fishing area because that's what the access from Beaver Creek in that area. So basically it's evolved into what it is today, and we have a permit coming up here in a minute. And that's part
We'll get to that one.
Yeah, we'll get to that one in a minute, but that's kind of why we're all here. But I just want to stress the fact that used to be a predominantly residential neighborhood. Just people lived there, and now it's evolved into what it is today, which is, in some cases, is very undesirable to the area for other people. So that's my comment.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Oh, you have a question?
So I guess maybe to summarize what I keep hearing opposition to is possibly the emphasis on the land use being the zoning for rural residential, and I'm hearing lodging and maybe a characterization of lodging. You would think of just an overnight guest, come in, come out, exit, and then also you hear about a lodge, and so maybe a characterization might be for an event. An event taking place could be something as ruckus and rowdy as a liquor license party, free-for-all all night, and so now you've got this business activity, functions, events crashing up against the rural residential, and so I guess
Well, they're outside their permit.
right.
The
That's
conditions of the
what I was gearing towards, and so my question, coming back to those that are testifying, is how many of you are going to administration and actively complaining, and are those complaints getting recorded? And it's my understanding through the process that if enough complaints are lodged, that those permits will be denied.
How many do you need, ma'am? I hate to interrupt you, but, how many times do the police have to come?
I'm not referring to the police,
Because this has been going now for 5 years. Of this one particular gentleman is causing problems and has been for quite a bit. But, and I don't mean to be rude or anything. I guess my patience level is running thin with the city and and enforcement of these conditional use permits. So that's where we stand right now. I mean, my wife's uncle homesteaded Dolchak subdivision, the whole thing. It was never intended to be, mixed commercial, tourism, mixed tourism, residential, and Dolchak.
Okay.
We can
Yeah,
go on
I
and on.
know, but seriously, yeah, I appreciate
fine.
it, but,
I just,
yep,
you know.
nope, 100%, but,
I'm-
thank you.
I'm finished.
All right, thanks.
Thanks.
All right, now we're gonna go and see if anyone is on Zoom that would like to testify to PZ 2021-15.
Okay, if you're on Zoom and you want to testify, just use the raise hand feature or unmute yourself and we will call on you. And it looks like first we have username ReeseCon, if you would state your name and address for the record.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jim Richardson. I live at 1015 Angler, I live part of the year at 1015 Angler Drive. I'm one of the people that has been around throughout the entire process of the conditional use permits. I bought my place in 1989 and Will Jarrig was the very first permit. And the idea was that if somebody had a use that was compatible with the area, and they used the example when I bought my property of a guide that lived there and wanted to operate a guiding business. And over the years, it's crept and crept. In respect to, there's a couple of things that I'd like to clarify. They talked in the plan, they asked that the property owner to the west is the city. There's 600 acres that is the Cone property that's conservation, it's managed for conservation. It was bought with Exxon Valdez funds. I know that because I was the president of the Kenai River Special Management Area Board when it happened. It's owned by the state of Alaska and managed by Fish and Game. And the other question, I guess, in terms of permits, over the years when I've testified, I'm a research economist. I looked up and found that at the time that I looked several years ago, there were 28 conditional use permits allowed approved on Angler Drive. And I looked to see with the work, we worked with the borough to see how many were actually reporting income and paying taxes on that. And the number was 11 at that time. So that gives you a number. I agree with the first two testifiers. I'm the number 3 property down on your list of the drawing there. And, they do have, this has really changed the character. There were a lot of residents that used to live there, and the city comp plan, really promoted the idea of people spending a bunch of money and building nice houses. And this is one area, if you look at places like in areas of Soldotna and other places in Kenai, there's not a lot of property down by the Kenai River, but I would have to be a fool to spend $1 million and build a nice house. I have one of the nicest lots on the property, and I intended to retire and live there. We can't do that. My wife is scared to be on our property without me there. Last summer, we had 2 instances where 2 men wandered in from the next door property and started, trying to enter our property. I had trespass issues going on. And as the first 2 testifiers, said, over the years, I have loud drunken parties constantly next door. I have, golf carts running in, music blaring away, really and we have really tried. My neighbor, Ron Rogowski, and I on the other side have been working for years to try and work with the city of Kenai to deal with these issues. We've met with the city of police twice. We've phoned the police time after time, and they're always polite and respectful, and they try and come out, but they don't do anything useful. We've met with the city manager. We've met with the city attorney. We've sent letters in. We've begged the city to address this problem, and we have not had anything that helps the situation. So my request is that this sounds kind of harmless, a few more cabins, but if those people drive down for existence, he knows the person that's the biggest property, the biggest troublemaker. If he sends people down there and adds, if he has 4 cabins and there's a couple of people per cabin, and he sends them down to the illegal outdoor nightclub, and they get drunk and howl at the moon and create lots of problems, then everybody loses. And I guess I will agree with what other people have said, that we've tried real hard and in a constructive manner to work with the city of Kenai, and we have not been successful. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, let's see if any of the commissioners have any questions. Commissioner Halstead, you good? I guess he's good. I didn't see it. Okay, anyone else online who would like to testify to PZ 2021-15?
It looks like Luke's laptop has had his hand raised. So we're going to go with Luke's laptop next. If you please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name's Rachel Lowe, and address is 411 Edie's Way, Kenai.
All right, go ahead and testify.
Hi, I just want to address the council and appreciate your guys' time. So I'm involved in the project. My name's Rachel Lowe, and I've actually, years ago, my family had a lodge there. We've got 4 generations that have participated in living and boosting the economy on Engler Drive. I grew up there the majority of my life. And as I know, we were there in 1986, and we had the original first conditional land use permit for Hilo Charters and Riverside Lodge, along with many other lodges and charter businesses that by them being there, they've helped bring tourists to our economy and helps boost the economy. And I know that there's some concerns people are saying about partying and stuff, but this is an investment. Like I said, 4 generations. My grandfather, he had a place on the river there. We did. We've had multiple properties over the years on Engler Drive. And it's a, you know, with the COVID and whatnot, you've seen a decline in our community, and we're seeing people coming back, and this opportunity allows me to reintroduce myself to the lodging business there, which I was one of the best part of my lives. And I grew up and I lived on Engler Drive year round. And I enjoyed that process. And now I get to allow my kids to participate, and that's going to help with our income and bring more tourists here and let them enjoy Alaska and help bring income to the community with taxes. And, you know, they're going to invest their money into businesses, restaurants, stores. And I know people are talking about partying and whatnot, but that's not our intent. This is our investment. And we want to, you know, have a upstanding place there and have people, you know, return and enjoy what we've grown up with our whole lives. So I mean, I understand, because I know someone was concerning that people come out of state and they buy properties, but I've lived here my entire life. My husband and I both are going to be participant in this, and my brother's grown up here. My dad's grown up here. My grandfather was here, and we've all been, you know, well aware of how Engler Drive is and the businesses there, and have good relationships. And us having the cabins allows us to work with other lodges, and when they have customers that they don't have lodging for, that allows them to have access, their customers access, you know, close to their lodges, whether they're traveling to hotels or whatnot. It's going to be convenient for them too. And like I said, that area is primary. I think when I was there, there was 3 year-round residents, and that primarily is a place of charter businesses and lodging. So it's not new to the area here, and it's I mean, it's a common thing there, and I think it.
Hey, Rachel.
Benefit.
You might not be able to hear, the buzzer went off for the 3 minutes, so I was going to let you wrap it up, but I'll find out if anyone else has any questions for you. And then if there is you can answer those. So anybody have any questions for Rachel?
I just have one.
Commissioner Dothett.
Yep, I have one question there, Rachel. Is this gonna be just a summertime use cabins, or is it gonna be planned on for a year-round, rentals also?
Right now, we're just doing summer rentals. It's gonna be, because like I said, I've grown up here and I know a lot of people that have lodges and they've already said, if you're gonna have lodges, we'll book with you and have our clients stay with you. So as of now, my only plan is to do the summer.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Halsted, you good?
I
Oh,
did
go
have a
ahead.
concern in regards to, since you've been there as long as you have you had instances where there's been loud noise complaints or police have been called? Have you witnessed any of this yourself, or have you had to deal with any of this yourself? And how has that affected you being in that area?
I'm not living there right now, but I'm not aware of that, but I definitely, for me, that would be, that'd be concerning, and that's not what I want to bring to that area. I want it to be a positive influence on the community. I'm pretty meticulous about what kind of people will be there. And it's, I want people that are coming to enjoy Alaska and bring money into our economy, but I'm not looking for partying. Like I said, it's our investment, and I don't want things run down and having a bad reputation. And I helped run my dad's business for years, and so it was successful. And unfortunately, if there were at the time I could afford to have bought it, I would have, but I wasn't in the financial means. So now this is where we're kind of going back to, I'm older and I could go back to my roots.
All right, anyone else? All right, thank you, Rachel. If you can stay on the line in case there is some questions maybe after we close the public hearing that we may need answered, please do that.
All right,
Yeah,
and DG Mays, I see you raising your hand. You are next. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Dwayne Mays, and I live at 4619 Birdsong Drive in Eagle River, Alaska. And I wanted to just offer a few comments specific to the gentleman that this is all about, King of the River. So if you will, can I offer some comments?
Yeah, you know what? Hey, I think you are one ahead of us. We're on PZ 2021-15 still right now. Yeah, I think you are. You're concerned about the one on Dolchuk?
I will mute myself and yes.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
All right, anyone else out there?
If there's anyone else on Zoom wishing to testify to PZ 2021-15, go ahead and raise your hand or unmute yourself.
All right, at this time, if there's nobody in the chambers that decided they wanted to come up and speak, if not, we will close the public hearing. Looks like we will do that, bring it back to the commission. Discussion. Commissioner Dothett.
I have a few questions about the rental cabin properties here. With the conditional use permit, is there going to be further, I'm assuming there will be a much more detailed map of the layout and the schematics and where utilities could possibly go and stuff like that on this particular piece of property?
Chair Twait, Commissioner Dothett, yes, that is correct. And actually, let me reference the recommendations. And so it does require a building permit before construction. So that would be going to the building official for the city. In addition, a landscape site plan would need to be submitted and reviewed by myself. And that is a detailed plan. Like I said, what we've gotten with this submission is I would just say a very, very basic, a little sketch. I would say a couple of things when considering that with a conditional use permit and what we receive for site plans is sometimes they can kind of vary from applicants. I will say that sometimes applicants will go a little bit more on the sketch side of things, because to do construction drawings, as built for your building official, or to do a landscape site plan does take, a significant amount of investment from a property owner. And so if a permit was denied, then potentially they've spent, a lot of kind of time, money, and effort in creating the more detailed plans. But so I did want to kind of note that, but to get straight to your question, yes, there would be much more specific plans required. The landscape site plan reviewed by myself, which could also be concurrent with any of the building permits put in for construction of the cabins, could be concurrently reviewed.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it just, looking at the site overview map, it just seemed like there's a lot of wetlands around that general area, and not being able to see just where they were positioned. One of my concerns would come into the feasibility of septic system and stuff on the usable land there. That was it. That was all. But that'll be taken up with the building permit.
That's correct, Commissioner Douthit. And that's the other thing too, is even starting with condition 1, further development of the property should conform to all federal, state of Alaska, and local regulations. It's to say that, if something did come along further down the road, it still needs to meet code.
Anyone else have any questions or discussion? Commissioner Springer?
Yeah, it's a question for staff. Do you have any idea exactly how many conditional use permits have been issued on Angler Drive area for bed and breakfast or whatever, this type of lodging? Any idea?
Chair Twait, Commissioner Springer, I actually don't have an exact number, but I would say there's several.
A lot.
Yeah, there's at least a handful, if not more.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Oh, Commissioner Halsted.
Yeah, I had a question for staff, and perhaps I misunderstood the testimony earlier. They'd referred to that location as already being cleared out and started preparations, pilings had been drilled. Is that previous construction, or is that in preparation for this getting approved? Does that affect that at all if they've already done that kind of work without getting any prior approval? I mean, it's their land, they can do what they want with it, I suppose, but does that affect anything on our end, or did we check that out on our end?
Well, let me take a step. Well, you look like you're poised and ready to go, so I'll let you go first. How about that? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Twait, Commissioner Halsted. I'm not familiar with any of the activities that may have occurred for, what I just call, groundwork, whether it's clearing, grubbing, grading, pad site. I'm not familiar with that work. I would say it's possible that could be work that would be done, without submitting, a building permit, but certainly on the construction side of things would require, a building permit. And like I said, in this case, requiring a landscape site plan submitted as well for the 4 cabin rentals. So I'm not familiar with what the history of any activities on the parcel, though. I just note that it's classified as being vacant without a structure on the parcel currently.
Yeah, and I would just add to that by saying that doing any kind of clearing on there generally is permitted. I mean, we're not talking, it could be a single-family house you're putting on there or whatever the case may be. So that isn't technically getting ahead of the conditional use permit necessarily, like it was mentioned earlier. So,
I think my concern was more on whether or not, they were kind of moving forward, whether we said yes or no side of it. I mean, there's a lot that you can do, again, with your own property that you paid for. But if you had physically gone on site to see the location prior to the meeting today, or, if they're already up there, and whether we said yes or no, I think that's more of an issue than not.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think that hits our purview at all. So I think, like I said, it's well within their right to do that at this point in time. So, Vice Chair Fikes.
I guess, just through the chair and possibly administration, just have, grave concerns about the operation. Like I say, this isn't the first time I've heard about a application for a conditional use permit in opposition from, adjoining properties and concerns about safety and hours of operation. And I didn't see anything in the application as far as hours of operation. And I didn't hear any remedies that if there was an issue, how the applicant was going to remedy or solution to what they were going to do if they did have problems. And I guess the concern I have with administration is what do we have on record as far as any kind of complaints from anybody who is currently holding a conditional use permit on those areas. So if this is a continued complaint that we're hearing, how is the city addressing those complaints if their only mechanism is a complaint? And if they address enough complaints, then they have the potential to supposedly revoke these permits. So is that taking place, or is anybody actively going out and addressing these complaints?
I'm going to see if I can't put our city attorney on the spot for just a second, to maybe just give us what that outline looks like when and if somebody has a complaint with one of these conditional use permits. What's the process and how should we expect these to go in the future? And if I put you on the spot, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner Twait, Commissioner Fikes. So these are reviewed on an annual basis, and if there are problems, these conditional use permits certainly can be revoked. They're revoked by the Planning and Zoning Commission, and that's through a public process. There's a public hearing involved. And so that is the process for revoking a conditional use permit. We do have one conditional use permit on Angler Drive that has generated a lot of neighborhood complaints, and we've been trying to deal with that and working with both the neighbors and the property owner. I'm not sure that anybody's really happy about that situation, but there is one in particular on Angler Drive that we have had numerous complaints about.
All right, anybody have any? Commissioner Greenberg.
Yeah, I just want to say there are a lot of these permits in that area. I think they've all gone through the same process, and as the city attorney has said, there is a review annually, which should help to alleviate some of the concerns that the folks that live there, if there is a troublemaker or something like that. This permit meets all the criteria that all the rest of those permits have met. I don't think it would be really. It doesn't have any reason to. I don't have any reason to vote against it. It would be unfair, I think, just because there's so many more. There's no limit to these number of permits. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dothett.
I just wanted to add something about in this particular area. I believe it was Mr. Baldwin. I might be misspoken. When you spoke of the affecting the so to speak, basically the ambiance of that general area, I believe in this particular case and instance, this goes along with what's already going on with the majority of that subdivision in particular, and I feel to say no to this would be counterproductive because it's already happening. I would go out on a limb and say 80 or 90% of probably, don't quote me on those exact numbers, are probably these similar businesses already on that area. So if you were to be a new homeowner in that area, you're going to see that coming already, and it's something you're going to be most likely aware of. So I don't see it being out of the ordinary in this particular instance on this particular subdivision.
Anyone else? One thing I'm going to mention, and again, I appreciate Mr. Bloom being here to help kind of at least get that subject started as far as the process goes for appeals. But if it appears to me, if there's that many issues that we're seeing or hearing, and somehow they're not getting addressed here, my suggestion would be, if you're calling those things in, put something in writing, and then it goes in a file for this yearly review, and it's got to help the process, because I know each and every one of us up here, when we approve these, it's with the intention that if things aren't run the way it's scheduled to run on there, that they can be revoked, and should be, depending on how severe they are, if they can't remedy them. So it's kind of disturbing. I know for me, I've been here on this for quite a while, but we kind of have a lot of faith in the fact that it's working, and we don't hear about this. And so if you're not getting the answers when you come into the hall during business hours here, come to your council meeting, make you opportunities, because like I said, I hope it's not as bad as you guys think or are saying it is, but if it is, it's something that certainly needs to be dealt with. So I guess that's all I have to say regarding that. I agree with Commissioner Dothett, I think, and Commissioner Greenberg. It certainly falls within the parameters to qualify for a conditional use permit. And again, there's an appeal period that we can deal with down the line, so it doesn't mean that it's over yet. But I would be voting also in favor of it. I think it meets the criteria that Planner Foster brought forth. Anyone else? Vice Chair Fikes.
Through the chair to staff, so if this is a conditional use permit to operate rental cabins, are there means or conditions that we can attach to this?
Chair Twait, Commissioner Fikes, I believe that is within the authority of the Planning and Zoning Commission to have any considerations for other conditions. I will say the 8 conditions, provided, that's conditions that's recommended by staff. I would just say it's my understanding that the commission has the authority to consider other additional conditions.
Is there a way to incorporate hours of operation or a quiet time, or is there a limit on complaints received for an immediate 30-day review for potential revocation of it, or do they have to wait the entire 12-month period?
Chair Twait, Commissioner Fikes, that's a really good question. I'm not sure if I can answer that potentially completely. I would say I would think when it comes to hours of operation and potentially maybe noise, that potentially that could be something that the commission would be able to craft and put in for consideration as an additional condition. But then your additional question was if we would be able to essentially sort of put some type of condition in there that would be a trigger to revoke the permit. Is that correct? Is that what you're sort of driving
Yeah,
at?
it's just me speaking personally on the panel or the commission here. This is not my first time hearing it, and I concur 100% with what I'm hearing tonight. And it, to me, for lack of a better way to explain it, feels like just a rubber stamp. And it doesn't feel like the residents in the area are getting any kind of teeth to these conditional use permits. And it doesn't feel like the process is being followed when they complain as far as getting them renewed. So if we're hearing on a regular basis that there's complaints out there, and then we're turning around and telling the residents that if you complain, then when we hear back in a year and we review the application, then we'll make something. And I hear administration saying that it's up to us to revoke them, or we have that tool, but I can't ever recall seeing one come up for revocation. But I continually hear about devaluation of property. I continually hear about complaints of noise and continual, problems with law enforcement enforcing the rules. So I get that this person wants to have an application. I have also concerns that it's not complete, and this isn't the first time we've received an application where there's very little detail. And so for this much complaint and opposition, that concerns me too.
Chair Twait, Commissioner Fikes, and I think that's from staff's point of view, that's within the commission's purview as well at this time, that if the commission, did want to request for more details, on the, conditional use permit, I would say that's within the commission's, purview, and authority as well. And I would say, just to go back to the question regarding revocation, there is a process in the code that's set for how a revocation of a conditional use permit occurs. So I would say that would be what I would say right now to have for consideration of how that process would work. That's why I was really not fully able to kind of answer the question on whether we could at this time put in something that would create kind of a trigger to say, hey, here's the mechanism for revocation, since there's already a process like that in the code.
Okay, I guess what I was, through the chair, and just to follow up on that, I guess what I was looking at is these applications come forward and asking for a conditional use permit is some kind of a business model of how they're gonna operate this business. It's very vague and very ambiguous, and then, like you say, when you're met with this kind of opposition, it feels like we don't have any kind of feedback. So as far as this one, like I say, I have grave concerns about it, but everybody else seems like it just checks off the boxes, but I strongly disagree. So I'll be voting against it.
Chair Twait and Commissioner Fikes, I would just say, just reiterate again, that I believe it's within the authority of the commission to ask for more information from an applicant as well.
Commissioner Greenberg.
It sounds to me, from listening to the people in the neighborhood and from listening to the city attorney, that there is like one bad apple in this area, and whatever anybody can do to really address that person who seems to be giving this whole process a bad name, that should be done. But that's not this permit. That's not this particular permit. This meets all the criteria.
No, hang on, I can't. It'll turn into a wild zoo here if we do that. I just can't do that. Sorry, I appreciate it. You can talk to him afterwards if you'd like, if he wants to. What's that? Oh, Mr. Bloom.
Thank you, Commissioner Twait. I would like to just add, because Commissioner Fikes asked a question that's relevant. And our code provides that revocation of a conditional use permit can be done based on an annual review or any other investigation undertaken, that the conduct of the operation is not in compliance with the terms and conditions of the permit, the provisions of the zoning code, or the permit holder is not current on obligations to the city. So one thing that I think Commissioner Fikes brings up that's relevant is one reason that the commission can revoke something is if they violate the terms of the permit. So, for example, if somebody's making noise after 11 o'clock, if that's not a condition, then it's not a cause for revocation. But if you put in the conditional use permit that they have to be quiet after 10 o'clock, and you get, verified evidence that they're not, then that is a violation of the condition. So if you have concerns about, the operation, you can either, impose reasonable conditions or maybe postpone and ask the applicant to provide you conditions that they will agree to abide by, that you can incorporate into the permit, and that, that gives the commission a better opportunity to police these once they're issued.
Vice Chair Fikes.
Through the chair, and just to follow up, that was another direction I was gonna go, is not to feel like a rubber stamp, and I do hear what my commissioners are saying, is they do feel that the criteria has been met, so as another tool or an opportunity might be to postpone and allow staff and the applicant more time to cohesively come together with a more full packet and greater detail on what that business model might look like. So if that's an opportunity for an amendment for a postponement, then I might be open to that as well.
Commissioner Twait, if you're going to ask staff to get together with the applicant, I think you would need to provide more direction to staff as to what you're looking for, because staff has already gotten together with the applicant and presented you this information.
I guess what I'm looking for is a better, detail on what the business operation is to address the noise concerns.
Okay, Rachel, are you still out there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, I got a quick question for you. I'm guessing this is going to be something that you're planning on putting into use more in 2022 than this year, correct?
Correct. I
Okay,
mean, as
so
of
if
now,
we postpone this, oh, go ahead.
well, we do. I mean, I've had people like I said, I've have different lodges that I've talked to with charter businesses that would like to utilize our space for their clients that they have, because as of now, they said they have their, like, people that I've talked to, they're up 186% from last year for their booking and lodging, and they don't have the lodging. And
Well, so my question is simply this: if we postponed it till our next meeting, so that you could get some things maybe that we may send you to get, is that going to be a deal breaker as far as you're concerned? Would you rather us impose conditions tonight, or would you like to work with staff and we'll come back in 2 weeks and do it again?
now, could you clarify that for me?
Well, we're going to probably add a few more conditions to what has already been addressed from your application. So maybe hours of operation, quiet by this time, something like that. So would you rather work with the staff here in the next 2 weeks to come up with something that you think is workable for you, or we will figure out what we think's best for you? And that usually is not as, we're two different pictures probably of that puzzle. So I guess if it doesn't matter, if you're not trying to move people in this summer still for rentals, then 2 weeks shouldn't matter, I wouldn't think. But I was just kind of curious what your time frame was for
Well,
completion of this.
this summer I am planning on it. And so,
Okay.
I mean, I guess I understand, I see people are concerned with a specific individual, but it seems like that's a different topic and people are.
Yeah, and again, because we've got a lot of stuff still to do. As far as just two options, either we'll put some conditions tonight on it, or we'll wait 2 weeks and you can get with staff. Do you have a preference?
Yes, give me 1 second, because I got to text my brother.
Can we, as a board, decide in a vote if we want to add conditions to the consent, or is it just one person can add consent for that?
We'll make a motion, and then we'll get a second, we'll discuss that amendment, vote on the amendment, and go back and forth till we take care of them that way.
Now, my question is,
Chairman
if these conditions are put on us, are they going to be put on the other conditional use?
Well, what we'll do is probably do a little research on what that looks like and see if we can find some of what the other conditions are around there. But yours is going to be what yours is compared to if there happens to be other conditions on as far as time frames. I'm pretty sure I've done enough of these down there that there's some that we have time, hours of operation, and, and it's not, it's pretty liberal. You only have a few hours in the middle of the night, I think, that we kind of normally shut down. But so anyway, but if we pick them, that's yours, and then you can obviously or work with staff, like I said, and come back and we'll do this in 2 weeks. So I just want to give you whatever's easiest and best for you guys.
Yeah, I feel like we're coming into this and you guys are trying to make an example of us, which I feel.
No, it's really not that, for sure. But we do, I think it's fair to have, quiet time and hours of operations. And I'm pretty sure these other ones on Angler, there's several that probably do. So
I agree.
You're not going to be an example by any stretch. There's others in there for sure.
I mean, I agree with that, but I think if it's going to be implemented, it should be implemented through all of the conditional use permits. I don't think because we're being targeted, almost singled out because of somebody else's choices, which, like I said, I have 4 generations that's been there, and that hasn't been an issue with us. And so a lot of these individuals' concerns are something that's irrelevant to us. Because we haven't had
like I said, we're dealing with this one, and so and there are other ones in there, and we'll definitely get that list of which ones are and what some of those conditions are, but, yours probably back in 86 or something certainly wouldn't have been, and it's probably been grandfathered, from there, so, but the newer ones for sure have some of these restraints on them, and they're not terrible, they're really not, I mean,
Well, and I think the
but
city
anyway,
has,
I just want to know, so we can keep this thing moving along, how do you, I just want, which way you want to go?
hold on, I'm waiting for a text.
Okay.
Now,
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a couple other people that want to say some things. I'll check with you here in a little bit.
Okay.
Chairman Twait.
Commissioner Springer.
Yes, I have a question for the applicant, Rachel.
Mhm.
And essentially what my question is, how are you going to manage them? Do you have a manager on site or in the area or?
Yes,
Or
me.
what? Can you answer
Yes.
that?
Yes, me. And then my kids will be, they're gonna clean the cabins and whatnot. It's gonna be a family thing. And it's an honoring of my grandfather. He passed away. And that's why the name of it's John's Camp. He had a place there for 30 years on Angler Drive on the river. And so, we're doing this, something he wanted to continue. And so we're following his wishes.
Well, basically what I wanted to know is your
Me.
do you have an office right
No.
there in the area with a manager or your relatives or whoever on site that can oversee these on a hourly basis?
Me.
You said it's
No.
you?
Yeah, I'm gonna manage it, but not 24 hours a day.
Well, no, I know that, but I'm just saying, you don't live in Sterling or something and have to drive
No.
in here to do a management, do you? I'm just want to know
No.
if you're in the area and
Yes,
available.
I live in Kenai.
Okay, all right.
Somebody else, Commissioner Dockett.
Well, I think before we should put them on the spot on whether they want to submit to our conditions or conditions that they're going to do with staff, as a board or council, we should vote if we want to impose conditions first. If there's a majority of us that don't want to go down that road, then it would be a nullified point, correct?
Fair enough, absolutely. All right, so then that being said, actually, Commissioner Fikes, I have a question. I have a question for you, Commissioner Fikes. So what items are you seeing not complete, I guess? I was trying to read through here, and I don't know that maybe some of the conditions we've talked about as far as hours of operations and such maybe, but as far as what they're doing is pretty clear, I think, but go ahead.
As far as, like you say, is there gonna be somebody on site? Is there gonna be somebody available to answer the phone if there is complaints? Is there gonna be somebody to address the noise issues? So I get that you're local, I get that you're here, I just don't see that in writing as to what that mechanism is to address these concerns for this particular application that's before us. So I was just looking for a way to use the tools at our disposal to satisfy the requirements of those in the audience that had concerns.
All right. So then I have a question for Mr. Foster. So were these things that were asked and just not given you to complete the application, or were they never required to put hours of operation? That was never posed to them?
Churchway, it's not a requirement to
Okay.
submit a complete application, but
Right.
like I said, it's well within the purview of the commission to ask for that information.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And let me just clarify, the only reason why that we're addressing it, or I'm bringing it up, is because there is an issue in a residential area with noise after a reasonable amount of time. So that is why I'm asking for the commission to consider the extra conditions on this particular permit to satisfy the audience's opposition to the noise. That was the reason for the condition.
Okay. So do we want to make an amendment to the original motion to add any conditions? If we want to add any further conditions to the permit.
I guess I'd like to make a motion to add additional hours to operation.
Add additional hours, or you want to put
I guess as far as one of the conditions, I think we went through 6 of them, so make, 7th to be hours of operation and have it stated in the application what those might be.
What would you like those to be, if we're gonna make those changes right now?
Just no loud noises past 10 o'clock.
Okay. We have a motion to add a
Commissioner
condition,
Twait,
go ahead.
I just want to clarify the amendment. So, this is, on the legislation, is this, section 2, that the conditional use permit is subject to the following conditions, and this would be condition 9?
9, correct.
Okay.
Thank you,
Yep.
9.
Commissioner Twait, I think after 10 o'clock needs to have another sidebar, 10 till when?
Well, so when does it kick back up in the morning?
6 a.m., I guess.
Are you on the record with that?
I have one issue with that.
Well,
If
I'll
you-
tell you what, we'll get a second, we'll have discussion, we can go from there. So let's get that first.
Would you mind just saying, one more time what you would like condition 9 to read?
I'd just like to bring concern to the hours of noise, so just no loud noises past the hours of 10 p.m. until the hours of 6 a.m.
Okay, second?
I'll second.
All right, seconded. Okay, discussion. Commissioner Dothett.
I just have one issue with that particular time frame and the particular aspect of this particular business is that if you look at it as far as a charter aspect, they're meeting their boats at 6 a.m. So in some aspect of that, if somebody's getting up, starting vehicles at 5 in the morning, banging around a little bit with coolers and stuff, is that going to be constant noise complaints? And I just think that has something to do with this particular business. 5 might be more reasonable in this particular business, in that particular area with the lodging and everything, because most of those businesses in the summertime are going to be doing a 6 o'clock start. So most people are up and around and moving boats, starting trucks up, loading stuff up by 5:30. And I would just think that was something we need to consider in this particular instance on this particular type of business. Is that time frame? I would motion to move that to 5 a.m. and this is 6.
We're not going to stack motions, that gets me
But
confused, so
that's
hang
what I
on a
was
second.
just- I was
All
just
right, go
bringing that
ahead, Vice Chair Fikes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm open to that. I'm merely looking at a mechanism to help address the noise concerns, and I'm completely open to those hours of operation.
All right, so we're going to have a friendly amendment to make it from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m.?
And do we have concurrence of the second?
You good with that, Joe?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Further discussion?
Just one quick
Nope.
comment. I know I'm out of turn and out of order.
Where's Henry? He's supposed to be taking care of you back there.
But I just want to say, if you've ever lived next to a place and trying to watch a movie at 10 o'clock and they're making a buttload of noise, and I don't mean noise
Okay.
like, we're having a beer, but
Man, write it down. Yeah, I'm sorry. I
guess
if I go that way, it just goes completely sideways, so I appreciate it. Okay.
apologize.
Um,
Got one on me.
all right. Now I forgot. See, now I'm getting to that point where I forget what I was thinking about too now. Okay, so we got a second.
We're doing discussion.
Further discussion regarding, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. I have,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I'm just gonna lay this on staff and/or, I don't know if Mr. Bloom, I got two parts to this one. One is, it would be helpful, I know there are conditional use permits on Angler that have timeframes locked onto them. I don't remember what we did. I was gonna say it was maybe 11 o'clock at night, just because you get late traffic coming from Homer, maybe coming up and things like that. But I'm good with 10 if everybody else wants to go along with 10. But what my bigger question, I guess, is this is sort of like when we were trying to do junk car ordinances or junk in general. One person's perception of junk is not another person's. So how do you police noise? We don't go out there with in a stadium with a decimeter, or whatever, do that. How do we deal with that?
Thank you, Commissioner Twait. It's certainly something we wrestle with. Different people have different tolerances for noise. I would say that if that's a condition, it can be an unreasonably loud noise or interfere with somebody's reasonable, peace and quiet. You know, in general, what I think these, condition like that would do would, somebody has a recourse if they have a complaint, and they can bring it to the commission, and, you know, the commission can investigate it and see whether or not, you know, it substantiates a revocation or some sort of other
Okay.
penalty.
All right.
It's a tough issue.
Yep, I agree. Thank you. Commissioner Greenberg.
Yeah, just, again, it is a fishing lodge, like, you know, this dip netting closes at midnight. So a lot of times people come back from dip netting and then they start to fillet. Is that gonna be, you know, it's not super noisy, but is that gonna be a problem?
Well,
You know?
and again, I think the question is, what's it look like to someone else? But I think reasonable. I mean, I live right in town on a third of an acre lot, and my neighbors sometimes come home early or late, depending on how you want to look at it, from fishing, and, you know, it'll wake me up for a second. And so that is happening. If it's happening every single night, that's a different deal. And I think, again, if they come home at midnight, instead of quieting down and doing their stuff at 10, they just don't get to do it that night. You know, they came home late, and as long as, and I'm sure it gets complaint driven, and, you know, like I said, I don't think you're gonna get yours, you know, revoked after one or maybe even two official warnings about it, but, I mean, that gives them an opportunity to figure out what is tolerable in the neighborhood and live within that, I think, so. Commissioner Dothett.
I guess goes back to the city attorney. You had mentioned that we have one residence down there that has multiple complaints. Do we have a rough idea, or is there a written number of complaints that we've had on this particular permit? On the one that's in question, not the one that's in question, but the one that seems to be causing the most concern about more of these being issued?
I'm sorry, so the number of complaints, I'd say they're numerous. I mean, we can check our police records about number of calls to the property. They're pretty substantial. We've spent a lot of time and effort on compliance.
And when does that, I guess it hasn't been answered really, I haven't heard it, is at what point the number of complaints, is there a certain number of complaints that trigger us to be approached with a revocation, or how does that work?
So this is an older permit, so there's complaints about it, but this conditional use permit didn't originally have conditions regarding, you know, noise after certain hours. We've worked with the operator now to get those in place in a separate agreement. I'm not sure that the conditional use permit itself has been amended, but it's been an ongoing problem with, we're doing our best to deal with it, but I know we haven't made the neighbors happy.
So I guess my concern is a little bit felt here, is that there's no real amount or number or type of complaints that's going to set off to be sent to us for revocation. It just is going to be handled in-house. And I'm just wondering at what point, whether there's a blanket general idea of what's the issue is people are unhappy with the way a business is being operated under a conditional use permit. Is there or is there not a trigger at what point would we get it for revocation if we don't have something in, like, okay, at 80 decibels it's considered high level, or at 10 o'clock at night if they're making above certain, if it's not black and white, is there a set trigger for us to get it back for consideration of removal?
There's not currently like objective criteria, like if there's 6 complaints, and I would caution against making it just based on complaints, because, you know, you have one unhappy neighbor and they could just make as many complaints as they want, and whether they're reasonable or not, I think it's important for the commission to do its own investigation to see, you know, whether or not the conditions are being violated based on the evidence that's brought before it. I know people take videos with their cell phones and bring them in and show us how loud people are being, you know, not just related to this, but to other things as well, so.
Yeah, I understand that, and I guess, if we don't ever know about it as a commission,
right, so,
and it never goes from the city's enforcement side or the desk, how do we know how to investigate something if we never see it?
So it should be getting reported to you. I'm not sure why it's not. If the police are getting called for conditional use, it should be making its way to you. I don't know why it hasn't, other than maybe, you know, we've had a lot of turnover in our planning department lately, and but that's certainly a misstep if that information is not getting to you.
And I think that's where all of us, and I might speak, I haven't been on the commission an excessive amount of time, but I haven't heard any thing coming back, and it doesn't sound like it's really been something any of us have really heard much of. And I would think that needs to be addressed for sure.
And again, those are things outside of this, let's go back to our amendment from 10 to 5 and see if we have any other discussion regarding that. And if we don't, I guess we'll call the roll on the amendment to put hours of, this isn't hours of operation, we want just quiet time?
I would call it a condition of noise.
Okay,
Just to limit the noise to a minimum after 10 o'clock.
till 5 a.m.
Till
Okay.
5 a.m. And I recognize it's a business, and I recognize that there's absolutely complaints, and I'm trying to meet in the middle by accommodating both the business operation as well as the residential, and I absolutely appreciate what the attorney says, is if we don't put something like this in conditions, in the permit that's before us, then we take away that opportunity for them to administer, what they need to during inspections and renewals.
Okay. Yep, we're ready for the vote.
All right, Commissioner Halsted,
Yes.
Commissioner Doffett,
No.
Vice Chair Fikes,
Yes.
Commissioner Greenberg,
No.
Commissioner Woodard,
No.
Chair Twait,
Yes.
and Commissioner Springer.
No.
Okay, motion fails.
Okay, we have the main motion still on the floor. Do we want to look at adding any other conditions
I've got
or?
a concern. I'm
Oh, yep, Commissioner
my
Halsted,
hand
go ahead.
up there.
Sorry.
So because this is such a sensitive subject and because of the nature of where we are on the peninsula, these conditional use permits for this type of activity come up a lot, just in the time that I've been here. Would it be prudent to have table this for the next meeting and have a potential work session where we would plan out kind of an overall, guidelines, again, not to single out a single person or punish a single person for the crimes of the previous applications, but would a smarter move be to actually have a work session where we could, I guess, more openly or freely come up with a really good plan instead of trying to quick fire something out tonight?
We're the ones that have to drive home tonight, not you. So I guess if you are actually making a motion to postpone, we'll take that up right now. I would say these guys probably don't want to come back again. So if we think we can get to something relatively soon, I'd rather keep with that, but I will bow to the will of the masses. So, Joe, if you want to make that motion, we can certainly do that.
I would say my motion would be to,
Hey, Joe, hold on just a second. Mr. Bloom.
So you have two options. I'm not sure what he intends, but he either has to postpone to a date certain, which would be your next meeting, or postpone indefinitely, which means it wouldn't necessarily be taken back up.
I would say
Did you hear that, Joe?
Yes, I would postpone until the next meeting, with the understanding that we would have a work session, or give us the opportunity to have a work session to properly address this. So if we're not planning on having a work session to address this, then there's no need to postpone it.
Okay, that would be the 26th of May, and we need a second on postponement.
I guess I'll second to go for vote.
All right.
Second on postponement.
Okay, we got a second. Any discussion on, no, there's no, we'll go straight to vote on postponement, don't we?
All right, Commissioner Doffett,
No.
Vice Chair Fikes,
Yes.
Commissioner Greenberg,
No.
Commissioner Woodard,
Yes.
Chair Twait,
No.
Commissioner Springer,
No.
and Commissioner Halsted.
Yes.
Okay, motion fails.
All right. Back before us, just the main motion. Any, other discussion about adding anything, or, Commissioner Dothert, go ahead.
Just real, I just want to bring it, it just seems to me it's not so much this particular motion as the concern is coming to me is, and a lot of commissioners here, is just the breakdown from the enforceable side of it for revocation. And I think that's where a lot of this contention has come up, and that's where stuff needs to be addressed. So I think we need to keep in mind that a lot of this tension right now isn't necessarily just because of just this one, but it's the breakdown that we have come across as of, for everybody being here, and it's good that they're here talking about it, is that there's a loss of connection, of communication between two parties here as far as being able to revocate or have an issue with a previous complaints. So,
Any other discussion? Commissioner Greenberg?
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a good discussion, and I think that the ability to revoke these is something that everybody's kind of frustrated with, but I don't think it's really fair to apply that to this particular person who hasn't done any of those offenses that everybody's talking about.
All right. Anyone else? All right, please call the roll.
All right, Vice Chair Fikes,
Yes.
Commissioner Greenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodard,
Yes.
Chair Twait,
Yes.
Commissioner Springer,
Yes.
Commissioner Halsted,
Yes.
Commissioner Dothert.
yes.
Motion passes.
All right, and there is a 15-day appeal period that an affected party can file with the clerk's office here. So if there is no complaints or any objections, then your permit will be granted 15 days from today. Thank you. We're good to keep rolling. Anybody need to take a break? We're good? All right, we're going to go ahead and keep on moving then. As long as somebody can get me a water. You drinking your water? I'll have somebody get one. Thank you. All right, at this time, we will call to order. We will go to item F2 and under public hearings. F2 is a resolution PZ 2021-16 and PZ 2021-17. It's an application for a conditional use permit for a guide service and lodging for the property described as Lot 4, Block 4, Basin View Subdivision, Part 3, located at 345 Dolchik Lane. The application was submitted by Dean Schlehofer, P.O. Box 21565, Anchorage. Staff report.
Thank you, Chair Twait and fellow commissioners. Staff's presentation is on Resolution PZ 2021-16, conditional use permit for a guide service, as well as a Resolution PZ 2021-17, conditional use permit for lodging for 345 Dolchik Lane. I did want to note just a few things. There is a laydown for this case that was provided late this afternoon. There were 4 in the packet. There were 4 emails in opposition to both of these resolutions. There are several in the laydown, all of them in opposition to both the resolutions. One thing I did want to just note about in the laydown, I'm not going to go through kind of those in detail. I think there's actually a number of folks who would be providing their own testimony, and so I don't think I would look to be trying to read any of these into the record, or at least that's my recommendation, is not to read those into the record at this time. I did want to note that one of the laydown items is the covenants, conditions, and restrictions for this neighborhood. I did want to note one thing before we go a little bit further in the discussion, is that, especially since some commissioners just might not be familiar with what we call CCRs. just because they don't come up very often at the commission. So I just want to note that these CCRs are an agreement, a legal agreement between private property owners in this neighborhood and the homeowners association. They're not a part of the review for conditional use permit per Kenai Municipal Code. So I kind of wanted to make the distinction that upon the review of conditional use permit, that CCRs are private, agreements that are to be considered, separate from the review of the conditional use permit. Next slide, please. So brief summary, applicants Dean Michael Schliehofer. This is for 345 Dolchek Lane. It's at approximately 1.94 acre parcel. It is zoned currently for rural residential. There is an existing single-family dwelling on the property, and then the land use plan designation is low-density residential, and we can see here the subject property that we'll be discussing this evening. Next slide, please. The applicant has recently purchased this property and would like to conduct a guide service and lodge from the premises. Kenai Municipal Code 1422, the land use table provides that a guide service and lodging are conditional uses requiring a conditional use permit. The applicant states that the purpose for this conditional use request is to help him serve King of the River's clients who have booked with him to sleep over and leave in the morning to join a professional guide for fishing on King of the River's riverboats on the Kenai or Kasilof rivers. This is a 100% fishing service that includes accommodations, and the applicant does not offer any accommodations without first booking a fishing trip. Next slide, please. Site plan identifies layout of the existing subject property. It's not really a formal, site plan as we typically understand them, but it does show, and there's actually a number of other photos of the property that you can just see the existing layout, including here the parking and the parking dimensions, and we'll mention that a little bit further in the review of the criteria. Next slide, please. Staff's analysis, KMC 142150D, review criteria for conditional use permits. Pursuant to KMC 142150A, the intent of a conditional use permit is to allow some uses that may be compatible with the designated principal uses in specific zoning districts, provided certain conditions are met. KMC 142150D, conditional use permits review criteria, states 6 conditions that the Planning and Zoning Commission must deem to exist when establishing findings prior to issuing a conditional use permit. Next slide, please. And so we're going to review each one of these conditions. Criteria 1, the use is consistent with the purpose of this chapter and the purposes and intent of the zoning district. And staff's response is that the proposed guide service and lodging meets the intent of the rural residential zoning district to provide for low-density residential development and outlying in rural areas in a form which creates a stable and attractive residential environment. And the specific intent in establishing this zoning district is 1, to separate residential structures to an extent which will A, preserve the rural open quality of the environment, and B, prevent health hazards in areas not served by public water and sewer. And 2, to prohibit uses which would A, violate the residential character of the environment, and B, generate heavy traffic in predominantly residential areas. The guide services and lodging are proposed to take place in an existing single-family home. There are no proposed physical changes that would violate the residential character of the neighborhood. The maximum capacity of 4 bedrooms for lodging is not anticipated to generate heavy traffic in the neighborhood and likely results in roughly the same number of vehicle trips as other single-family homes in the neighborhood. And I would just note to say that that's really not an objective statement. We try to, as much as we can in our review criteria, to be as objective as possible, but that's really a little bit more subjective. Just noting that the conditional use permit is predicated on the lodging for 4 bedrooms of this property, and that with that being the maximum utilization of it, that, you know, the maximum number of vehicles required by code for parking would actually be 5. So that's 1 for the principal property, as well as 1 for each of the bedrooms to be provided as lodging. So again, just being, you know, just not, you know, not being as objective as that we would like to do, but trying to just make a comparison of that part of the zoning district to say prohibit uses which would generate heavy traffic in predominantly residential areas, is that, you know, a similar, you know, 4+ bedroom home probably generates a lot of vehicle trips in that people, you know, go to work, go to school, go grocery shopping, and live their lives. So, so like I said, roughly same number of vehicle trips. KMC 1422 land use table provides that guide services and lodging are a conditional use. Therefore, a conditional use permit must be granted for the operation of these services. The applicant has provided illustrations of the layout of the property and floor plans and elevations of the single-family home. Criteria 2, the value of the adjoining property or neighborhood will not be significantly impaired. Staff's response is that this parcel is approximately 1.94 acres in size, contains a large paved driveway in front of the residence to accommodate parking of gas vehicles. The area photo provided by the applicant indicates the distance provided between the structures and the tree line provides a natural buffer between adjoining properties. The parcels located now north, south, east, and west are zoned rural residential and have similar single-family residential uses as the subject property. The value of adjacent property should not be significantly impacted by the addition of guide services and lodging uses. The physical characteristics of the property remain unchanged. Criteria 3, the proposed use is in harmony with the comprehensive plan. Staff's response is that the comprehensive plan has goals to support businesses and economic development and provide a high quality of life within the city. Goal 2 of the comprehensive plan is to provide economic development to support the fiscal health of Kenai. The tourism industry is an important component for economic development within the city of Kenai. The guide services are bed and breakfast, cabin rentals, lodging business, all of those support the tourism industry, and that the low-density residential land use typically includes single-family, low-density, large lots with individual on-site water supply and wastewater disposal systems, which we have here on the subject property. Below are specific goals and objectives from the comprehensive plan that support the CUP application, and that's Economic Development 9. Capitalize on the tourism industry by marketing Kenai as a destination for recreational activities, conventions, festivals, arts, cultural, and other events. Criteria 4, public services and facilities are adequate to serve the proposed use. Staff's response is that city water and sewer lines are not available in this area. Therefore, the property owner has installed a private water well and septic system. Natural gas, electricity, and telephone services are available. Dolchek Avenue is a paved road, which is maintained by the city of Kenai, and the operation of a guide service and lodge will not impact these facilities. Criteria 5, the proposed use will not be harmful to public safety, health, or welfare. Staff's response is the property is serviced by a private well and septic system, which have been installed by the property owner. Public utilities are available, and access to the property is via a city-maintained paved road. There's no reason to believe that the operation of the guide service and lodge will be harmful to the public safety, health, or welfare of the community. And then criteria 6, specific conditions deemed necessary. We'll discuss that on the next slide. City staff find that the applicant meets the criteria for issuance of a conditional use permit as set forth in subsections D1 through D4 of Kenai Municipal Code 142185, and hereby recommends that the Planning and Zoning Commission approve the conditional use permit application subject to the following conditions. And I'm going to go ahead and read through all of the conditions. Condition 1, further development of the property should conform to all federal, state of Alaska, and local regulations. Condition 2, a yearly conditional use permit report must be submitted to the City of Kenai prior to the 31st day of December of each year. Condition 3, biennial fire inspection must be completed by the Fire Marshal for the City of Kenai. Condition 4, the applicant will meet with city staff for on-site inspections when requested. Next slide, please. Condition 5, if there is a change of use for the above described property, a new conditional use permit must be obtained pursuant to 1420-150I-5. Condition 6, pursuant to KMC 1420-150I2, this permit shall expire automatically upon termination or interruption of the use for a period of at least 1 year. Condition 7, before a floating dock can be installed, the property owner must receive the proper permits from the Kenai River Center. And Condition 8, failure to provide documentation to the city for meeting these conditions shall be grounds for the suspension or revocation of the conditional use permit. That completes my presentation. I'm happy to stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Foster. We will start by getting a motion on the floor, please. Commissioner Dothett.
I'll give a motion for approval on, I was reading down too far.
Well, I'll tell you what, let me stop you right there and let me ask staff here. So are we got two different resolutions here, right? So we're dealing with 16 only first, correct?
I believe, yeah, we need a separate motion, so we'll do a motion for 16, and have a public hearing for that, and then after,
We'll
that's
go
voted
through-
on, then we'll go into in 17, is that?
We definitely need, 2 motions, and probably 2 public hearings, although I think we can incorporate the staff report from the first public hearing into the second public hearing without restating the same thing.
So so that we're not just reading the number, so everybody understands. The first one specifically deals with, you fill in the blank.
It's a resolution of the City of Kenai granting a conditional use permit for guide service.
Period. Okay. So we need that motion.
Motion for consideration of PZ 2021-16, conditional use permit for guide service, correct?
All right. And a second?
Second.
Second, okay. And then, I'm not sure if this is the easiest, best way to handle this, but it was brought to my attention, and I just want to get it out and clarify it from the beginning, that one of our commissioners is a licensed guide, and we just want to make sure that there is no conflict of interest of any kind with the applicant that would be a financial gain on your behalf.
Yes, I am a registered Kenai River guide and have been for over 20 years. I have no financial gain or personal interest in this or anything else pertaining to this, nor I have any kind of personal relationship with the owner of this property.
Very much. Good, thanks. I don't see a conflict then. And so now we have a motion and a second. We will open it up for public testimony. I'm going to just remind everybody again, these 3 minutes, when you get to 2.5 or so, start thinking about winding down, because we're going to try to shut everybody down right at 3 minutes. I'll let you finish the sentence you're on. Address everything this way. If we need to get anybody else involved over here, I'll take care of that. But just go this way here, and let's just keep it cordial. And who wants to go first? Please come forward. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Evelyn Dalchok Huff at 700 Dalchok Lane, Kenai, Alaska. I wanted to address Mr. Dothett right away because he stated that Engler looks and feels like a guide area. We don't want that in Dalchok subdivision. You guys could not even consider a time constraint for noise. So how can we trust you to have a time constraint on this particular permit for Dalchok? The trees are not going to be a buffer because that area is devastated with beetle kill. So, and the clock isn't running, by the way. And if it's such a problem with the issue of the permits and having to revoke them, then why are you issuing them? And I would like to say that you should probably read the letters for the people who don't testify today. But Dalchok subdivision has always been a single-family dwelling neighborhood, and that is why I've bought and sold property in that neighborhood. I've lived in this neighborhood for 29 years. I've raised my children. I've seen my children's generation now beginning to raise their children in that neighborhood. To change the dynamic that has been established would be detrimental to the area. To expect those who are going out on a fishing tour or lodging to remain respectful is not realistic. If we have a family neighborhood, we know each other and we watch out for each other's children and property. There is no vested interest when one is passing through to keep and maintain the safety of the neighborhood. Property values, it was stated, quote, "The value of adjacent properties should not be significantly impacted by the addition of guide services and lodging uses," unquote. There's nothing concrete in that statement that would make it a fact. Those looking for a family neighborhood will begin to look elsewhere. Traffic, the increased traffic will be a safety concern. Not maybe, it will be. You can place speed limit signs up, but from my experience of residing on Ames Road, people don't obey them, especially tourists, when they are on vacation mode. They don't have concern for our neighbors. Noise, sound travels up Beaver Creek. I've been sitting on my deck and I've heard the party crew from Foster's on Angler, and I'm the 7th house up the creek. We do not want to create an atmosphere of having to rely on the police to maintain peace and quiet. I have many unwanted sightseers each year coming down to my property, and I do not want this to increase. I question the motives and do not need to have others scoping out my property. I strongly oppose any conditional use permit being issued for 345 Dalchalk Lane or any neighbor in that subdivision to begin a guide service or lodging business in Dalchalk subdivision. What are the assurances that these permits are policed? Obviously none. And I do not believe that there are any checks and balances. You don't even get the reports. And based upon my years, that's all based upon my years of residing in that area. Do you have questions?
You took the words right out of my mouth. Anybody have any questions? All right, and I guess I'll stay right there just to make sure we're, so we're gonna come up and they can testify to both of these resolutions. We're not gonna have to come back up to deal with 17. And could we, I'm confused. What exactly is 17?
Chair Twait, Resolution PZ 2021-17, that's a conditional use permit for lodging, and the reason why that they're separate resolutions, they're two separate uses for a conditional use permit. So by including two separate resolutions, that down the road, there's the possibility that if one of these uses were to be, let's say, dropped, for example, that if the holder of the conditional use permit decides to no longer do the lodging, then we can easily drop that. Now, what we're trying to keep from happening is on properties that get, let's say, and this is something that can and has happened, is properties that have, let's say, half a dozen conditions that they put forward. If we have separate conditions, then we are able to handle those one at a time after the fact down the road. So it's one application, but they are asking for two conditions to be considered, the 2021-16 for the guide service, and then a separate resolution for 2021-17 for the lodging use.
Okay. So, and I think that's, you testified, I'm sure, to both of those, but I just want to make sure we were square with that. Okay, next person, please. Same routine, name and address for the record, please.
For those of you who have just joined us on Zoom, we're hearing from the people in council chambers first, and when they've completed, then we will call on you on Zoom. So, thanks.
You guys, or who? Yeah. Go ahead.
Rick Baldwin, 3080 Kiminange Court, Kenai. I would like to first of all, get some clarification. Is it my understanding that we're going to have two resolutions and each resolution typically calls for public hearing? But in this case, we're only going to have one public hearing for two resolutions, and we'll be limited to 3 minutes on that?
I'm going to defer to staff on that one, or Mr. Bloom. Maybe you've got a golden answer.
Yeah.
Well, we had Thank you, Commissioner Tway. We have to pick our poison. Either you can come up and repeat your testimony, everybody can repeat their testimony for both conditional uses, or you can let us know and we will incorporate how you want to do it. We can incorporate your testimony for both, or you can wait till the next one comes up and provide separate testimony.
So it's allowed then that we will be able to discuss the proposed guide service regulation and then come back and discuss the proposed lodge. Is that accurate?
If that's your preference for your testimony right now, would to just provide testimony for the guide service, which is what we're hearing right now, then you can do that and provide testimony later. Others who testify, they could clarify whether they want to provide testimony on both, so they don't necessarily have to repeat themselves, and we'll incorporate that into the record.
All right, thank you. And thank you for that clarification.
All right, now we're going to start your 3 minutes.
All right. I'd like to then just limit my remarks to the guide service, since that's what's before the body right now. Interestingly enough, there's not much told about how this guide service will operate, since there's no dock. So presumably there will be no guides coming up the river, and there's been no permit issued for the dock, nor is there, if I read the application, any understanding as to whether you can even get a boat up that far. So I would argue that it's premature to ask for a speculative application on a business that can't even be operated this summer and may not even be operated. And so for that, I would ask that this be at least either turned down or deferred until such time as you can get a complete application. But regardless, I would like to point out, and I believe as Mr. Foster indicated, there are subdivision covenants that do speak to the character of this particular residential development. And I think it's important that you look at the character of each residential neighborhood in deciding whether or not the proposed use is compatible with that particular neighborhood. I think that's a key question to be asking yourselves tonight. And in this case, a guiding operation is not consistent with this particular neighborhood. We have no idea even what that guiding operation will consist of, how many people will come, when they'll come, or even if they'll ever come. So I would suggest that be deferred, but in determining the character of this neighborhood, while these covenants may be contracts between the parties, and the parties may have to enforce them in court rather than before this commission, it does speak to the condition, to the type of neighborhood which we have all promised each other. And to that extent, I think the commission has to give great deference to our agreement among ourselves as to how we will operate our neighborhood and what will be allowed in our neighborhood and what we expect when we buy property in our neighborhood. And we expect that everybody will agree to what they signed on to when they begin. And that is that no lot shall be used for other than single-family residential purposes. That puts a lid on any other questions about the neighborhood. No BROs, no B&Bs, no guide services, nothing other than single-family residences. That's the character of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Maybe have questions. Let's see.
Question.
Here. Anyone have? Vice Chair Fikes does.
Through the chair, yes. So you brought up covenants, and it's my understanding through training and through past applications, you do ask us to weigh in on deference, but in all honesty, it's my understanding through that training that it's an agreement between the landowners of that subdivision, and that's where it stops. And so that's where my next question to you and possibly to your neighbors is, have you guys considered any legal action with them?
We would not consider that until after it were determined that they actually intended to operate and actually begin operating. You don't want to go run off and sue somebody because they've asked for permission to do something that they probably can't do. And so definitely, let's not talk about that one. You know, I guess.
Yeah, I wasn't,
Okay.
let me rephrase that. I wasn't necessarily trying to suggest it. I guess I was more offering up a, experience of in the past with other folks that have
Mhm.
run into that, and they were ultimately turned down by the commission, and so, yes, they did gather and they did file opposition, and that's where, again, it was brought up as it's unfortunate that it's not a tool that's at our disposal, it's a tool that's at a disposal of those that occupy the area.
But could I argue that you have discretion and actually an obligation to determine the character of each neighborhood? And that this is information that you can use in determining the character of the neighborhood. And that's really all I'm asking that you use it for, because I understand you don't have covenant enforcement authority. But you also should not be blind to what the neighbors have agreed upon and what people coming into the subdivision expect when they buy homes there. Thank you.
Commissioner Dothett.
Just a real quick
Oh,
question for
yeah,
you before you run off there.
You're gonna get lots of
Um,
opportunities.
Since we brought up the whole covenants and restrictions, is there an active homeowners association in this particular neighborhood?
It hasn't met in a long time, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't meet tomorrow. These covenants actually establish the homeowners association, and they don't go away until 28. And so under the terms of the homeowners association covenants in here, every lot owner has a vote in matters relating to the homeowners association. So no, the fact that it hasn't met in a while doesn't mean that it's gone away and it couldn't start tomorrow.
One question for you.
Yes, sir.
I think I heard you correctly, regarding that they may not have access, can't get boats up that far, no dock, that kind of thing. But they don't, to operate a guide business, you certainly don't have to have access to the water, correct? I mean, so I guess they could have a guide business run out of there, bookkeeping, load people up and take them somewhere and put them in the water. That would be correct. Would you agree?
Hypothetically, I mean, like I say, I don't know how you operate a guide business out of your bedroom, maybe. And maybe that's what they're asking, but there's no information in the packet about how they intend to operate the guide business. So how could you carte blanche give them authority to operate a guide business which they have not described and cannot describe?
All right. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Who's next from inside the room?
Chair Tway, if
Yeah.
I may interject.
Absolutely.
I'm looking through the application. I believe there is a discussion of the operations and how that would function from the applicant. I believe that they'd be actually driving from the property to other locations to access either the Kenai or Kasilof rivers. So I don't believe the intention with this permit was that they would be dependent on a dock. In fact, the applicant has noted that they don't even know if that's possible for them to put a dock in at this property. So that is in their description with their applications. And I would just like to note, the applicant is here this evening, and so I don't know if they'd care to elaborate on how the guide services would operate.
Yeah, and I think I'd like to just get a few more people to testify and then maybe give them an opportunity to testify and then maybe answer any of those questions that we might have at that point. So thank you for that, though. I knew I read it or thought I'd read it somewhere. So, okay, anyone else wishing to testify?
Once again, my name is Jerry Huff. I live at 765 Ames Road. I have property borders the Beaver Creek. And this particular permit borders Beaver Creek. Talk about a 1.9 acre parcel of property. I would venture to guess, and I haven't really looked at it, but the part of the property that the house sits on is, if it's an acre, it's pretty close, probably not that, but access to that creek would be well, the city owns the piece of property that the only walking access to it's a quarter-acre piece of property, and the rest of it's all wetlands. So in order to get a permit for that, to get to the creek, they're gonna have to get a permit to get across the wetlands. I was just down there here a couple of days ago. There's like a 6-foot cut. In my opinion, there's nowhere to put a dock down there. And I don't know why it's a part of this permitting process. It shouldn't be in there. The wording shouldn't be in there of using a dock in within this operation. Did I hear you correctly when you said that? I believe that when you read your statement there. it had-
Chair Twait.
Yep, Mr. Foster, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair Twait. So this application for guide service is not predicated on utilizing a dock.
How come it's in the permit? How come it's the wording?
The wording as a condition because it's noted by the applicant that might be something they'd like to explore. So what I'd like to do with the conditions to ensure if they did explore that we have something that says that they actually need to get the proper permits to do that.
I guess my point would be that would be absolutely something that wouldn't be allowed. And I mean, you would have to go through,
And I think that's what he's saying. They would have to go through all those steps in order to do it if they ever did in the future. So just basically, it's a note saying you have to comply with all the hoops to get that done if you were going to somewhere down the line.
And this whole discussion here is that okay, he's got a guide service and a lodge, and then 6 months down the road, there's a piece of property on, say, Kiminance Court that borders Beaver Creek. We're going to be right back in here again because somebody's going to want to buy that piece of property and start another guide service. It's going to end up just like Angler Acres. It's going to be a mess because you give one person a permit and then it's Katie bar the door. So, as a resident of Beaver Creek, I'm totally opposed to this whole operation. Not just for that reason, but just the character of the neighborhood, the fact that we don't know who our neighbors are running up and down. Right now we do. You get all this traffic running in and out of there, you don't know who they are, why they're there, if they're delivering the newspaper, if they're going fishing. It's a total 180 of what the neighborhood should look like, in my estimate. So, I guess that's it, my time's up.
It is. Anyone have a question? So how close are you to this property? How many parcels between?
Okay, well, originally my wife and I, we bought property on Dalchok and Kiminance. We were the third house in there, like 83, I think it was. And we have since moved to Ames Road. She is, I don't know, she's like 5 or 6 properties from there. She's within Dalchok subdivision. We own another piece of property in Dalchok subdivision.
Okay.
So we've been there for 30-some years. Like I said, her uncle subdivided that property, so we've been there all our life.
Right.
So we have a vested interest in this community.
All right, thank you.
I just have like one really super quick question.
Well, you get to come up and put your name and address on the record so we have it, and then you can do exactly what you want.
I'm Miley Niederhauser, and I live at 635 Dolchak Lane. And my question is, I saw that Dean had already put on his website for his business page that this is already his new cabin and guiding service, right? Well, on there in capital letters, it says Kenai River Access. So if you don't plan on accessing the Kenai River through your property, what do you have that on there for?
Stay looking this way.
What would that be on there for? I just don't really understand why he would even put it on his business page whenever it hasn't even been approved yet. For one, our entire neighborhood is completely against this. I mean, we just moved in 2 years ago, but if I would have known this, I wouldn't have bought our house that we spent over $500,000 on. So it really bothers me that we're even in this spot, but for the fact that he had the audacity to go and put it on his public business Facebook page that this is the house and this is the layout, and it has Kenai River Access in huge letters. But you don't plan on putting a dock in. I don't understand what your river access is, because you would have to walk a long shot to get down there. We live 20 feet off the creek. My master bedroom literally sits 15 feet from that creek. I do not want to get woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning with several people coming in my backyard. We park our boat out there. We have a dock in our backyard where we do put our boat. We do not carry clients. We do not guide. It is for our own personal use, for our family. And we do not want several people coming in now. I just don't know why he would have put Kenai River access in huge bold letters on there if there's no river access at the house. Anyone who lives in Kenai can go drive to the Kenai River, but you're saying that you have access at your house. So how do you have access at your house if you can't even access it? That's my question.
All right, well, we'll maybe get an answer for that later. So anybody have any questions for you?
Probably not.
All right, we're good.
It's like, I'm really super concerned how
Great,
to do that.
appreciate it, thank you. All right, anyone else?
My name is Charlotte Coots. I live at 385 Dolchak Lane, and I am completely opposed to these permits, both of them being approved. Our lovely neighborhood is enjoying a reemergence as a great family-centered neighborhood with many young families purchasing single-family residences. Adding a commercial fishing lodge is in direct conflict, and a guiding service is direct conflict with the use and character of our neighborhood. When we were looking to buy property around that area, we went down Angler. And we said, no, this is not what we want to live in. We don't want to live in a home that's surrounded by lodges. We looked at a couple other streets off of Beaver Loop, and we came to Dolchak, and we said, this is what we want. This is a family neighborhood. On my way here to this meeting, I passed 3 families out on Dolchak riding bikes with their kids. That would not be possible if there was a guide lodge there and a fishing business with people zooming in and out of those parking lots to get to the river, which they do not have access to in Beaver Creek. Beaver Creek, in front of this property in question that we're talking about, is not very deep. I don't know how they're going to get motorized boats up and down all the time. Before our neighbors, the Schultzes, bought their property, we had permission from the previous owner, Brian, to access the creek through his dock with our canoe. And we had to be very careful about when we put that canoe in the water, because the water in front of this proposed place where the permits are trying to be submitted was so shallow at times that our canoe would just hit the bottom. So I don't even know how the creek would survive a guide service with boats coming up and down along the water right there. A few other things I would like to talk about are any functioning lodge would clearly need to be able to provide the needs of its guests, which by nature would mean use of kitchen, toilets, showers, and laundry. Daily, weekly linen service for all the guests would require high volume use of water, and septic field would clearly exceed the Alaska DEC engineered septic system designed for a 4-bedroom single-family residence, in which a failure would result in contamination of soils and runoff, which would pollute the ecosystem of Beaver Creek, one of the Kenai Peninsula's boroanadromous water bodies, which feeds the Kenai River. The high turnover during the tourist season would increase the traffic excessively in our neighborhood. Access by families with small children riding bikes via Dolchak Lane to the newly added recreational path on Beaver Loop Road would be hindered as guests check in and out, and guides move back and forth in cars and boats, wash down and process large amounts of fish. Our family chose to relocate and become taxpayers in the city of Kenai in the covenanted neighborhood from the unincorporated areas of Nitkiski to protect the investment in our home and property. Speaking to that right there, earlier when the gentlemen were talking about the problems on Angler, 3 seconds in our covenant, I know the covenant does not have a lot of relevance, but as Mr. Baldwin was speaking to, I think it's really important that you listen to why we want to live in this neighborhood. No noxious or offensive activities shall be carried on upon any lot, nor shall anything be done therein which may be or may become an annoyance or nuisance to the neighborhood.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off, and then, like I said, we can come back over the next one if you want. Anybody have any questions? All right. And I'll just, because I see this happening a couple of times now, we'll just, as far as the shallowness of Beaver Creek there, I think if you want to spend your 3 minutes getting to something, we got that loud and clear. If that's part of your testimony, move on to whatever else you might have to say. It'd be beneficial to you probably. So, anyone else wishing to testify? Okay, please come forward.
So I just want to make sure.
Name and address for the record, please.
Oh, so sorry. Elaine Larson, 3040 Timinange Court, and I've lived there since 1994. And, you wanted to make sure, you say you have it loud and clear that the creek isn't very deep. I want you to have it loud and clear. This is a neighborhood. Kids ride their bikes, they play in the yard. I raised my kids there, now I watch other little kids being raised there. It's a neighborhood. And that's mainly, I think, the neighbors are very upset about this, and because, we think it changes the residential character of our neighborhood. In fact, he says right here, to prohibit uses the word, right here, it says, the criteria is met, violate the residential character of the environment, it says right here on this document. I believe it does change our residential character of our neighborhood. And the second thing, over here on the next page, page 2, KMC 1420, the value of the adjoining property and neighborhood will not be significantly impaired. I'm very concerned about our property values. We bought into this neighborhood knowing these covenants were in place. It's a certain type of neighborhood. I feel like it just sets a precedent for having other guide businesses, and I don't want them in our neighborhood. Thanks.
See if anyone has any questions for you.
I don't follow the directions very well.
Anyone have any questions? Somebody please. I made her come back up now. Okay, thank you. All right, yep, go ahead. We'll do one more and then we'll let the applicant go ahead and respond to some things.
Hello. My name is Bill Daniel. I live at 570 Dolchuk, and I've had lots of great comments from my neighbors and friends, and I do appreciate them all. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach. So, this, in regards to the report from the staff, I'm sure we have awesome staffers in the city of Kenai, and you guys do a wonderful job. I do have some questions on the report. And the report itself for 16 and 17 looks almost identical. I didn't see much of a difference in the review, and if there are some differences there, please do correct me. But I do have a question, though, on the data gathering. I don't know how you guys gather data or how it's determined, but I'll read this line here for number 2, where it says KMC 1420 150D2 criteria met. This parcel is approximately 1.94 acres in size and contains a large paved driveway in front of the residence. Well, I drive by that residence almost every day, and it's not a paved driveway, it's gravel, which maybe doesn't make any difference, but it is interesting to me, though, because regardless of being paved or unpaved, well, I'm a facts and data guy, I work in IT, so I'm thinking to myself, well, if that's a discrepancy, what other discrepancies might be in here in this report? And I like having good facts and data, and I want to make sure you guys have all the best information you can when you make a decision. So being a facts and data guy, it's like, well, we want to make sure we have all the information we can when we make these decisions that could impact an entire neighborhood one way or another. So, and then reading the report, it is very sound, but you just never know. And like I said, it's very important to come in knowing everything. And I don't know if you guys look at the properties or not. I have no idea. So it might be worthwhile to take a look and see. That's the other thing, as I continue to read here, the aerial photo, so maybe you don't, but I don't know. The part provided applicant indicates the distance between the structures. Cool. And the tree line provides a natural buffer between properties. This is partially true because most of the trees are dying, and that photo is a few years old. I think it was taken in 2019 if you look at it very closely, and we have more and more beetle kill, which is also a problem. And that natural barrier will be slowly dying and becoming more and more deprecated. So again, facts and data, and it's always good to take a look and see what you can see for your own eyes, and you can realize that this is a family neighborhood, one that we don't want to change the character of, and that if we open the door, for one, how many more doors can we open? I had no idea this testimony about what was happening down in Angler. I knew there was a couple. I had no idea how many burns were down there. It was very eye-opening, and Dolchuk is a very family-friendly neighborhood, and this could change how this neighborhood looks. And one other thing I want to leave you guys with, the city of Kenai and its, commissions and staff, they're here at the end of the day to serve the residents of the city of Kenai. And if you guys believe this is in the best interest of its residents and the people who live in this neighborhood, then go for it. But as I stand here and my friends and neighbors sit here, the majority of them don't. And I stand with them. And I'd like you guys to consider that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, hang on, we'll just,
Oh, yeah,
I'm not,
good
yeah,
question.
somebody else.
No one ever remembers the question.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Daniel?
So,
You're good. Thank you.
all right, I appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, I think we will let the applicant go ahead and testify now, and I would say maybe testify just to what your presentation would be, and then we can separately deal with the questions. I don't want to take away from your time when you're testifying. So, with that, please go ahead.
Yeah, and, we're just deciding, hold on, we're deciding how we're gonna sit.
Okay.
Should I grab the mic?
Yeah, probably, so we can keep it on the record better that way.
Just testing if everyone can hear me.
There you go, perfect.
Okay. So the website, the Kenai River Access, that's actually a very old website from when I used to live on the Access and I moved. So I definitely still need to remove that. There's nothing, it definitely does not have Kenai Access. I'm well aware of that, so that needs to be changed. It's an old website I recently moved. I believe it was January, I met with someone to buy the house, and my biggest concern was the neighborhood. I actually talked to the real estate agent and the Kenai community several times and asked if the guide service,
Okay, yeah, we're not doing that. We will keep this running good, okay?
okay. So can we stop the time?
Yeah, I'll allow you some.
Okay, sorry about that. So that was definitely a concern. I wanted to make sure that the neighbors were okay with that. So I definitely read the covenants and checked everything. I did a lot of my research, and so that's when I went ahead and made the decision to buy. So when I filled out I wanted to make sure that Beaver Creek, again, the access there wasn't necessarily important. When I got there and saw the house, I saw that Beaver Creek was right there. I actually didn't buy it knowing that. So the owner actually said that he had never tried it, but he actually thought that you could access a boat through there. But when I went ahead and read and researched some other people who, like websites specifically on that, some had access to the Kenai River in that subdivision, some didn't. That was just the owner said that he might. So for me, it's impossible. You're not going to be able to access that river. I'm definitely not concerned about that. I'm not going to be using that. I would use the boat launch about 4 minutes from the house rather than this. Obviously, I would not be able to put any boats there. So that comment. People's concerns with the left side of my home, I think when you go into the Beaver Creek Loop Road, and when you access my house through there, it's the fourth home on the house, I believe. The clients would only go that way, and they would leave that same way. So there would be no point for them to actually leave the longer way past that loop. They would leave on the shorter route. You're thinking about Safeway, you think about all the things, if you're going to head out to Homer or Anchorage or anything like that, they wouldn't even turn down that other side of the road, Ames Street, that's completely out of the way. So there would just be about 3 houses that would be affected, and that's it. The rest of the houses would not even see any increased traffic or anything like that. My clients would never drive past that, and I actually even posted I would be posting like rules and regulations that they would not be allowed to access or not be allowed to leave that way. They would have to get out this way. So I would definitely make that a requirement of individuals staying with me. So that would, and if they want to be a part of my services, then they have to follow that, absolutely. Now, again, I'm a really good person. I have a family background. My brother is a lawyer. He's at my sister has a PhD. We're highly educated. We're very, very disciplined, and me and myself, that's my background. So I definitely would follow that. I would love to have like a first year for you to give me a chance, and if there's no problems, then we can talk about it. If there are problems, then I would love to again have that conversation. But I love at least a year trial to see if we could actually make this work, and then come back and have a conversation after that.
I'll let you go a little bit longer, just because you probably have some other things. I'll give you just a little bit more time if you need to, or else we can go into some of the questions that
The interpreter needs to grab some water.
come up.
Okay. As far as the sleeping arrangements, there's really not many bookings that we do. There's only 3 in May, and June there's 8. I'm sorry, 7 actually. Some people will book, not actually stay with me. Some clients honestly I've had for over 20 years, and they're great people. They're like family. There's not parties, not overnight, and those are usually the people who come up and stay overnight. They sleep, they eat, they get up, and then they're done, and they're not even there the whole day. It's just very limited. They make no noise. Again, they're just passing possibly just 3 houses. So yeah, it would just be very simple. They just be, again, sleepover and then going to the guide service in the morning, and that's it. And again, there's not very many bookings as of right now.
All right, we'll see if we can answer any questions that may still be out there. Any commissioners have questions? Commissioner Greenberg.
So there will be no dock?
There will be no dock. Again, I looked at that. It's impossible. That's not going to happen. Absolutely not. Not worth it. There was just something the owner had said previously that he was curious if he could even get a boat there, but absolutely not. That's not going to happen. So I'd love to maybe possibly myself personally, see if that could happen, but of course that's not going to be. And putting a dock in there is going to be extremely expensive. And as mentioned before, there's a huge wetland, so it's going to be very difficult to go down even if that was a possibility. So again, the dock that I'll be using is the rock launch, and it's about 4-minute drive. That's going to be what I'll be using. So don't feel like there's any concern about the dock that's not going to be installed.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Halstead. Is he there still? Don't see him.
I'm
he's
here.
up there.
I
He's
gotta
at
unmute
hand up
myself.
even.
Yeah, I have no question.
Is he trying to talk? No? Okay. So I've got a couple of questions, I think. Is he? Yeah, we're just still, I got a question, and then we'll do more testifying after this, though. So you're not going to be launching a boat from there, so are there boats going to be stored overnight there, or is it going to look like a house when you drive by it?
Specifically the winter or summertime? Or
While it's actively fishing, I mean, are you going to have boats that are going to be there overnight, or is somebody driving in to pick people up in the morning, or are they responsible to leave from their place to go to Eagle Rock or wherever they're going to?
I only have 2 boats, so I mean that'd be the maximum amount that's parked there. And of course, if my clients would not be meeting me at my house, my clients who are not staying over would meet me at Eagle Rock for the launch over there. So yeah, you would probably see 2 boats in the summertime.
Okay. All right. I think if we don't have any other questions for you, we'll go ahead and let the next person come up and testify. And then if we have questions for you that arise on the way, we'll probably ask you to answer those. So if nobody else has a question for the applicant, which it looks like we do not, Vice Chair Fikes.
So address the parking for me. How's that supposed to work? How many slots? Because I thought I heard administration say 4 for a 4-bedroom house for a lodge facility.
I'm going to let Mr. Foster answer that one.
Chair Twait, Commissioner Fikes, it's actually 5. It's 1 for each lodging room, and there'd be a maximum of 4 with this application, and then there's 1 additional parking spot for the principal residence. So that would be 5.
And to be clear, that's for the next resolution, correct?
Chair Twait, that is correct. That would be for the lodging.
We'll retain that knowledge, I'm sure, but just so
Okay,
we're clear.
and holding on to that thought, so if we're talking about the next resolution, you just testified that you're gonna have parking for 2 boats. So am I approving something for 2 boat parking to go with the guide resolution? And then am I separating and considering the lodge parking?
I'll go ahead and explain that. There will never be 5 cars there. The groups probably come alone. There's usually 1 group. I mean, we're talking, so max I can do is 4 people in a group. So we're talking at the most maybe 2 cars, maybe 1 car. Again, 1 car is going to usually fit my entire group of 4 people. So there is not going to be any 5 cars. That's not going to happen. I would say 1 or 2 cars. Maybe at the most in July in peak season, maybe 2 cars. Maybe if, again, if my group arrives in 2 separate groups, so 2 people and 2 people and 2 cars, maybe that, but there's never going to be 5.
again, speaking to the guide service, so are you going to be operating the guide service year-round, 365 days out of the year?
No.
And are you going to
No.
reside there at
No,
that
that's-
location for 300 days?
No. Oh, and hold on, let me answer that. So no one will be, I'm sorry, can I clarify the question? This is the
Absolutely.
interpreter. Do you mean like resident, like as in resident, or guest?
Is
Right,
he
you know,
going to
year-round.
be living there year-round, and is he going to be running his business year-round?
The business is only for the summer season. I will be living there year-round. So business will just be about mid-May to September, and that's it. And once things, of course, in September, when things start closing, then after that, everything's going to be closed. But I will be there year-round in the wintertime, correct, as a resident.
So in reference to this application, just for strict clarification, when you're talking about guiding service, you're talking about fishing only? You're not going to all of a sudden include hunting or butterflies or bird catching?
Oh, I like
No.
butterflies.
No, absolutely. Of course, I think I only have a fishing guide license, so I don't have a license for anything else. It would just be fishing.
All right, anyone else have a question for the applicant? Okay, we will move it along then. Anyone else inside the chambers here that would like to come up and testify? Name and address?
Mark Larson, 3040 Cumanang Court. And just a short comment. This isn't anything about him so per se. I think he's a wonderful family. But we've seen from the previous discussion about Ames, it's a slippery slope. And you set a precedent and you start, and then where does this stop? And I don't want to see that, us get into that situation.
Thank you. Any questions? You're good, thank you. You haven't testified to this one yet, have you? Or have you?
I'm sorry?
Have you testified to this one yet?
No.
Okay, then you
I don't
certainly
get two
can.
shots now. 945 Ames Road, Ron Rogalski. First of all, I apologize to you for hijacking your meeting earlier.
You're
I know how
fine.
hard it is to herd cats, having gone through this many times. I want to thank each of you for what you're doing and how you're doing it. The one comment I do want to make that does actually go back to the previous one and a little bit of this one is I heard bookings are already in place for people to come stay there at something that has not been approved. And construction has already started down on Ames Road for something that you approved. I mean, and so that's, I guess, that's a horse and cart thing. But just for the record, yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys' service.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? And, okay, we will go, go ahead. Name and address for the record.
My name is Barbara Baldwin. I live at 3080 Kiminange Court. And I understand that staff provided you with a laydown, but I don't know that you had time to look at it. So I would like, as much as I can, to read it into the record. And before I do that, I would like to tell you that it has been signed by 45 people in our neighborhood. Pretty much everybody in the neighborhood signed this opposition to application for conditional use permit. I won't read, well, yes, I will. The undersigned, all owners and residents of the Dalchok and Ames neighborhoods hereby voice their opposition to the adoption of Resolution 2021-17 and to the granting of the application for conditional use permit referred to therein. KMC 1420-150A provides that the Commission may issue a conditional use permit if the conditions and requirements of the chapter are met. The present application does not meet the conditions of the chapter, and for that reason, the Commission is urged to reject the application. 1, the proposed use is inconsistent with the purpose of KMC 1420. The intent of the chapter is to provide for a low-density residential development in outlying and rural areas in a form which creates a stable and attractive residential environment. The neighborhood of the undersigned is such an environment. The proposed use would destabilize the environment and render it less attractive for the current single-family homes. It would add additional traffic, uncontrolled noise of persons who have no ties to the neighborhood, and no particular motivation to act as would the typical residential neighbor. The value of homes for residential purposes within the neighborhood would be thus diminished, and their value as potential additional lodges enhanced. thereby contributing to market instability and a decline in the value of the neighborhood for single-family residential purposes. 2, the proposed use is incompatible with the surroundings and does not meet the conditions and requirements of KMC 1420. The neighborhood is currently a quiet residential neighborhood of people who respect each other's privacy and for the most part are considerate of their neighbors. To the extent that most people have cars and boats, they are screened from view. And the cars and boats are not screened from view at 345 Dolchok. Gravel parking lot, 2 boats sitting there right now, and a very large trailer. As noted above, adding a transient population of people with little incentive to act responsibly is sure to add a level of noise not currently existing, and the noise is most likely to begin as early as 5 a.m. at a time of year when most residents sleep with their windows open because of the heat. Number 3, the proposed use would be in violation of the subdivision covenants, and you've heard that. If research was done about the covenants and research into the neighborhood, the covenant is stated clearly, no lot shall be used for other than single-family residential purposes. Subdivision covenants are in the nature of a contract among the owners of lots. May I finish? In subdivision, they are enforceable by the courts, and any owner in the subdivision has the right to apply to the courts for enforcement. In this case, that should not be necessary because the commission should honor the agreement that has been made among the neighbors. It is, after all, the neighboring owners who can best define the nature and character of their neighborhood. They made that determination by purchasing their lots in the subdivision with the full knowledge of the underlying covenants. That being the case, we would respectfully ask you to reject the conditional use application. Thank you. Thank you for letting me finish.
We'll see if anyone has any questions for you. Vice Chair Fikes?
Yes, so since you brought up the covenants again, as potential purchasers of the property in the neighborhood or as somebody who owns it, is that something that's brought forth to the new homeowners? I guess I'm asking, is it recorded? Is it a part of the plat or the title?
It is recorded in the Kenai Recording District, and anyone who purchases a lot in our neighborhood should have gotten title insurance, which provided a copy of the covenants, because
so at the time that a person purchased the property, that is part of the documents that are included?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thanks.
Anyone else? Mr. Halsted, good?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Yep, let's check the Zoom ones out.
All right, first I will call on DG Mays.
Thank you. So again, just for the record, my name is Dwayne Mays, and I live in Eagle River, Alaska, 4619 Birdsong Avenue, and zip code is 99577. I've known Dean Schlehofer for 32 years. I actually, and as you now know, you can see that Dean Schlehofer is deaf and communicates through American Sign Language. I too communicate through American Sign Language. It's my first language. I was born and raised in a deaf family. I have aunts and uncles and many relatives that are deaf. So in a way, although I'm hearing, there's a lot of mannerisms about me that have to do with the deaf community. I've worked with Dean for 32 years to support him, and he has been in business now, Kenai, King of the River business for over 20 years, and is well known by many of the guides on the river. I can't tell you how many times I have heard that he is probably one of the best guides on the Kenai River. He's considered a national leader. So the deaf community is very small. And when you think about all deaf people throughout the country, it's more than likelihood that they know who Dean Schlehofer is, because he established this business and he's been very successful. He's been nationally recognized. There's been a lot of material developed as a result of his success. He is a person of character and integrity. He's got a family and they're going to be there with him. He's got a little girl, and he's impeccable in what he does. And so he's very conscious in terms of what's going on around him. He's going to be very aware of the neighborhood and that community. That's who he is. And so I'm not going to get into all the other information about what the rules are. I just wanted to share with you who this man is. And he's nationally recognized for being a successful businessman, and he's deaf. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone have any questions? All right, we'll move on to the next one.
All right, next, Amber Avery, you have your hand up.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Amber Every, and I live at 360 Dolchuk Lane in Kenai. My husband and I built our house 12 years ago. We chose to build our house on Dolchuk Lane for the very reason it was a beautiful residential neighborhood. My house is located directly across from this proposed conditional use permit. I strongly oppose this application for the following reasons. Our neighborhood is a quiet family residential neighborhood. A popular fishing lodge with multiple clients every day in and out of the lodge will change the dynamic of our quaint little neighborhood drastically. The noise from running several fishing boats, many clients on vacations, day in and day out will be too much. My family and I have lived in Kenai our whole lives and are well aware of what has happened in other neighborhoods and subdivision where guides and lodge have been allowed to operate out of. We will have a loss of privacy from having so many different people in and out of our neighborhood. Having a lodge as my next door neighbor will definitely have a negative impact on my property value. We have already witnessed the unsafe road hazards that it has created trying to back the boats in and out of this small residential gravel driveway. The overcrowding of this property will be extensive. This is not a small lodge. Here is a post from the Kenai River Facebook page. King of River proudly purchased a new lodge home in March 2021. Open concept 4,000 square foot luxury custom riverfront Beaver Creek Lodge has space for everyone. Boasting 6 spacious bedrooms, 3 additional multi-purpose rooms, 4 bathrooms, 2 laundry rooms, 2 full kitchens, living room, family room, formal dining room, breakfast nook, barbecue, hot tub, bonus walkout basement, plus 47 windows throughout to let the natural sunlight in all 3 levels on this home. If one conditional use permit is allowed to operate in this subdivision, what is there stopping the next 2 or 3 from buying in and operating out of our same neighborhood? Please don't let Dolchuk Lane become Angler Drive. Over 95% of residents on Dolchuk Lane are opposed to this proposal. Please listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, any commissioners have any questions? All right.
Hey, is there anyone else on Zoom that is wishing to testify? If so, please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Maria Teresa, I see you are unmuted. Did you need to testify?
No, that's my wife. Don't worry about it. She's just watching. She's deaf as well.
No one else? Okay. We'll check, see if we have anyone else in here like to come forward and testify. And then I'm going to ask the applicant, see if there's anything additionally you'd like to add in. Give you that opportunity. Okay.
I'm pretty shocked. I didn't realize there's so many opposed. I definitely did a lot of research before I was buying. I wish I knew this. So yeah. I hope you can give us a chance, at least for just a year, and then maybe after that we can make changes, but I would love to just at least have the opportunity.
All right, and I'll give anybody else one last shot. If we're good, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission. And I am, because these laydowns are pretty extensive, I don't know how much. You'd probably be able to thumb through and see. Some of them are people that testified tonight, but I think we do need to take just maybe 3 or 4 minutes and run through those and take a look at them. And then we can go back on the record. So if we could take a 5-minute at ease. All right, we're going to go back on the record here. And so we've closed public testimony, bringing it back to the commission for a motion, please. Commissioner Greenberg. What's that? Oh, did we? We gotta have discussion. Okay, we did vote on it before the. Okay, then we don't know for. Did we? Okay. Gotcha. All right. Well then. See, it's getting late for me. Okay, so now we just want to have discussion. All right. Yep. So this is on 2021-16. So Commissioner Dothett.
I guess I just have clarification in the fact that they've applied for separate 16 and 17. So we're just talking about just the guide service. This has nothing in this resolution, has nothing to do with housing clients or lodging of any kind.
Absolutely.
In relation to just the guide service, a gentleman to be able to operate a guide service. And this means, for my clarification, from what I can tell, that's the boats and him driving to and from his residence to pick up clients at another set place, correct?
Yeah, if I can, Commissioner Twait, just to read for everybody the definition in city code of what a guide service is. So a guide service is any activity on any premises used for collecting or returning persons from recreational trips when remuneration is provided for the service. So if he was taking or bringing anybody to or from the property and charging, as part of the package for the river trip transportation, he would be required to have a guide service conditional use permit.
So in theory, if he didn't have lodging there, he would not be required to have 16, then, correct? Is that how that would be understood?
As long as he was not taking any clients to or from that property, he could, what else would he be doing? I guess there's nothing that really prohibits him
Storing
from storing
boats
a boat
or something, that's not part of it. Okay.
Any other discussion? Vice Chair Fikes.
I guess I have a question for the applicant through the chair, maybe. It was brought up that you've guided in the past and you have a history on the peninsula, so I guess my question is where was your operation before this?
Yep, if you can grab that microphone, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
So it was a property called River Court. It's where I lived before. And they allowed guide operations there. I had a business there for almost 15 years. I operated there with the Kenai Direct Kenai River access. We also have parked a boat there, and I recently sold that property.
So you no longer have any operations taking place at that location?
Right. No, it was sold in November. Everything's been closed.
So if this isn't approved, what is your plan with your guide service? My next question, since we're talking about guiding service and it was explained the definition, I'm going to go back to, again, what are your hours of expectation for clients coming and going to this location?
Okay, that's close enough to 16 still, I guess, yeah. It's more the lodging
So I would
portion
probably
that-
meet them at 5 in the morning on the river. Again, if they didn't sleep in my home, then I would just meet them at the river. Just meet them there probably about 5:30 in the morning. And then I would come back home after we were done. Again, it just depends on that trip. For instance, Kasilof, the tide is a little bit different, so, it's going to depend on the tide. Of course, Kenai is the same. With the Kasilof, it's going to be a little bit different on the hours of operation, again, based on the time. It's going to be early morning or afternoon or what the tide is doing that specific day, but the Kenai is going to be very similar. It would typically be early morning, though.
So early morning is for the start, so what time would a reasonable expectation for wrapping up your guide service during the day?
Between 7 or 8 p.m. You mean after fishing, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Since we're talking about guiding, I'm trying to get an idea of when your neighbors may expect people or transients coming and going. So if we're talking about the guiding business or the aspect, where's the traffic going to be coming from, and when does it start, and when would it reasonably end, possibly?
So it would just be Eagle Rock. So probably start again in the morning, I'm going to say 5, and then it's going to be like 4 minutes. I guess I'm not really clear on the question.
I think just curious, maybe, I know it shows here on page 92 of our packet, it shows quiet time starting at 10 o'clock. That's, again, talking about lodging probably more than guide service. So I think what the question is what time
Right,
are
I
the
think I'm
boats
a little
gonna
bit
end
confused
up
with the
back in the
lodging.
property?
I'm a little confused with the lodging and the fishing aspect. So we should just clarify that really quick, because you're talking about when the clients are arriving or when my fishing business actually is going to be starting and ending.
Okay.
Okay, I guess, yeah, just to clarify, so I'm talking about guiding, so I'm going to assume that there's boats backing up, departing, people departing in and out of boats, doors closing, doors opening. So I'm just trying to get a reasonable understanding of the noise and at what time of night that might be expected, with lights coming on, lights going off, that kind of indication. If you're going to be operating a business and it's been established this is a residential neighborhood, what kind of activity and noise am I going to be hearing at 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night?
So from July until September, it's usually going to follow the same time slot. We don't do Castile off on that time. Typically it's May and June. So from July to September, it would be pretty stable. Probably get up at 5, meet clients in Eagle Rock, and then be back. And we're probably done fishing. If it's a full day, then I'm completely done at 4. So I would say I'm completely done at 6, like boat backed in, everything. If it's 2 trips, then it would depend on time, might be a little bit later, but that would only be about 7 p.m. So start the morning, and we would, it's split into 2 trips, so it's shorter trips with 2 trips, if that makes sense. So probably done about 7 total. I would say May and June is a little bit different. Sometimes it's going to be a little bit earlier, like 5, and be done around 8 or 9. Again, it's really dependent on the tide in May or June.
Good. Okay. Commissioner Woodard.
I'm curious, are there only people that are fishing going to be staying there, or are they bringing wives and children that will be at the residence during the day?
Only people who are booked with me. They're not invited to bring anyone else.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, so I have a question for the applicant. So potentially 2 boats, so I'm just curious, is the other person that's driving the other boat out of there in the morning living on site, or are they going to show up, hook on, and go? How's that? Just trying to get a feel for the traffic and the time frame.
Sure, so I have 2 boats. I'm actually getting ready to sell one, so it's just going to be one that I'm going to be operating. There was another guide who was working with me previously that contracted with me. I probably will. At that time, I had 2 boats. So again, I at this point, I'm going to probably sell one of those because I don't have that contractor with me anymore.
Okay, and like I said, I mean, I wouldn't preclude you from buying a boat again later. I don't have a problem with boats. I was just kind of curious how the traffic was going to go there. And then the other one is for Mr. Foster or Mr. Bloom. The applicant a couple times has mentioned maybe doing a 1-year trial type thing. There's nothing in our code that speaks to condition of putting on the condition that it's good for only 1 year. They're typically good for 1 year anyway, right? So, I'm more of the opinion that would be a great thing to really scrutinize them at the end of every year. But just wondering what the options are for that, if any.
Well, the code provides that they're reviewed annually, unless I think you'd be putting yourselves in a bad position if you were going to add other conditions such as unless there's no neighborhood complaints, or, I don't know if you granted it for 1 year, what would the conditions be for not continuing to go forward with it, or?
Yeah, and I guess in my mind, what I'm more thinking is that we would mandate that we would want to have another public hearing to let people come in. Because I feel like that's the problem as much as anything, is that people feel like they're not being heard. And if there was a way to give them some assurance that that was something that we could do. And again, I'm fishing now probably.
We don't have a process for that. I would like to give it some more thought rather than on the fly, if that was the way you were gonna go, although the public's welcome to come to any meeting at any time and provide public comment to the commission.
Right, it just wouldn't be, I mean, like I said, if it was actively, they can, you know, I have a feeling if they gave their 3 minutes and it was just
Commissioner Twait, I do have one.
Yeah.
I just wanna make sure, Commissioner Dossett, so the definition of guide service, again, it means any activity on any premises used for collecting or returning persons from recreational trips when remuneration is provided for the service. So I don't know that the people would have to be there necessarily for it to be a requirement that you have a conditional use for a guide service. If there was any activity related to that guide service that occurred on the property. And that could be, you know, I imagine if somebody's bringing back their boats and power washing them and filleting all the fish, you know, that could be an activity on the premises. I don't have a good answer for that as to whether one would be needed, you know, if he didn't have clients there or not. I think it would depend on the, you know, the amount of activity that was going, but probably just to park your boats there, no, but, you know, if you're much beyond that, maybe if you had 20 boats, I don't know how that would shake out.
Yeah, it sounds like a pretty gray area and a pretty gray abbreviation, and how that could be interpreted in a lot of different ways.
Vice Chair Fikes.
I just have a question for staff through the chair. So how many employees are you allowed to have with this permit for a guiding service? Is it just for the landowner or the landowner and 3 other guides, or?
Chair Twait, Commissioner Fikes, I don't think I know the answer to that question.
So that's not specified. You know, if you were going to issue a conditional use permit, you could put conditions on it. Otherwise, it would be open-ended.
Okay, so then through the chair, my question to the applicant is how many people do you intend to employ through this business on this location?
1.
1 for the duration of this permit?
Yeah, so for my house, only 1. For the guide business, you know, I have like a deckhand who would work with me, and she's here right now. She would be at the house, but then of course for like assistants, we have 1 or 2. But for the guide, again, there's clients would meet guides there. They would just meet there. There wouldn't be anyone at home. And can I get clarification really quick?
All right.
1 second. It would just be, sorry, that interpreter clarification. It would just be me at the home and a deckhand there, but there's no other guide with me. If they are meeting another guide, the people would meet the guide at the river, but it would just be me and a deckhand at home. That's it.
And through the chair, again, addressing the guide permit, my concern was traffic and parking. And so that was my concern behind asking that question.
Commissioner Greenberg.
So, what percentage of the work that you do would be meeting somebody at a river versus from your house? They'd meet you at the house, and then you go take them guiding from there, or would it be mostly administrative work happening at the house?
So most of the time it'd be office work, of course, just me doing administration things. But now as far as people meeting me at my home, are you talking about the clients themselves? Percentage of how many times that would happen?
Right. There, you know, will you be meeting a lot of folks like at the river?
Yeah, so if they wouldn't lodging with me, then they will always be at the river. I'll just meet them at the river. And again, only 20% of my bookings are actually staying at my home. Almost all of them, again, 80%, I'm meeting off of the property onto another, in the river separately. So we're talking about 20% who are staying with us. It's a very small percentage. I kind of did go over that a little bit. There's not many bookings. So anyone else who's not staying over, we would be meeting directly at the river.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Fikes?
Through the chair, so back to the guiding business and possibly the lodging. Are you planning on having any additional signage on your property, and would any of that additional signage be illuminated?
No.
All right. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we will call the roll for, can I get you to read, just so we're clear, what our resolution is? This is just for 16, right, which is the application for the guide service business, period, okay?
Commissioner Greenberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Woodard?
No.
Chair Twait?
Yes.
Commissioner Springer?
No.
Commissioner Halstead?
Yes.
Commissioner Dothett?
As it relates to 16, yes.
Vice Chair Fikes?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, and I'll reiterate this again after the next one, but there is a 15-day appeal period that an affected party can file with the city clerk. And then if there is no appeal, your permit will be granted. So now we will move on then to PZ 2021-17, which would be an application for a lodging business for the property known as Lot 4, Block 4, Basin Subdivision Part 3, located at 345 Dolchek. Application submitted by Dean Schlehofer. Staff report. Do you need, or you got everything covered, don't you? We're good. All right, so then I would like to get a motion for PZ 2021-17. Vice Chair Fikes.
I'd like to make a motion for PZ 2021-17.
All right, second?
I'll second.
All right, we'll open it up for public testimony. Same rules apply. Anyone wishing to come forward and testify to PZ 2021-17? Mr. Baldwin? Nope.
Last man standing. Rick Baldwin, 3080 Camanans Court, Kenai. At the outset, I just want to make it clear that as people in the neighborhood, we have nothing against Mr. Schlehofer or his business. Whether he's a reputable individual or not is not an issue before this commission, because property can be sold, permits can be transferred, and who is a wonderful individual operating business at one point can be a real stinker if it's a different person. So I don't think you can factor that in. I do question whether someone who will enter into a contractual agreement with his neighbors and then immediately begin to violate it can be viewed, though, as a particularly good neighbor. It appears, though, that Mr. Schlehofer does have a good business, that for several years he's come down to Kenai from Anchorage, and each summer, and he's built a successful guide business. And while I have nothing against guides, and I don't think any of us do. I'm close friends with several of the local guides myself. But our objection is that his plan will clearly have an adverse impact on our neighborhood, and it is just the first salvo. It just started, and it started tonight. Very disappointing. But from the application, it's clear that for all intents and purposes, for this residential issue. The house on Lot 4 will not be used as his residence, but as a boarding facility for the clients that he cycles through his business. And I would note the addition of a trailer to this property, a very nice trailer, very large trailer actually, seems to increase the number of bedrooms automatically now from the published 4 or 6 to 6 or 8 bedrooms, and has clogged up the parking lot again with 2 boats and a trailer and now more cars. I think that the comments of the staff really deserve some discussion very quickly, and that is their comment that there are no proposed physical changes that would violate the residential character of the neighborhood. And I would argue that it's not the physical changes we're concerned about. It's doors slamming and boats being hooked up at 5 a.m. in a place where people are sleeping, expecting at least to sleep till 6, 7, or to some retired people later. And I've always had that expectation, and I've lived there for 25 years. And I will continue to have that expectation, and I think everybody in the neighborhood should be able to count on that.
I'll give you a little more if you got some.
I would point out that for the staff report, the staff took great pains in its comment that there are cabins, et cetera, therefore, on Angler, and for that reason, this does not harm the neighborhood use. You might think back to that or look at it. That's not in this report. Staff just said that kind of boilerplate, you don't find that it's going to harm the use, and I do not. Well, I think you've seen from the testimony that that's a minority issue. And two or three more paragraphs here.
All right.
Sentences. Staff responded that the comprehensive plan has goals to support businesses and economic development. I would suggest the comprehensive plan should never override quality of life in the city. The comprehensive plan was developed to promote a quality of life, not to degrade it in favor of commercial interests. With that, I thank you for listening.
Somebody will have a question, I'm sure. Uh-oh. Well, I do. I'll start then. So, and I purposely didn't drive down to look at how that's set up over there, but I assume there is a lot of people that live on those streets, or on that street, that probably are up at 5 o'clock getting ready to put their boat in the water if they can from there, or leave when the fishing starts.
Negative.
No? And I'm asking because I'm seriously. So the people that live there aren't using their own docks to fish, or if they are, what?
If you've got a dock on the creek, your boat's parked at the dock.
Yep.
If you don't have a dock on the creek, you might as well be living clear across town. And you don't have to get up at 5 a.m. to get to the Kenai River if you're just going to go fish. That's only a guide business.
Okay. Second question is, and I don't know if we can cut the baby in half here, but of the two resolutions, does one bother you more than the other? I'm just kind of curious what the public sentiment is on that.
I just think it's a slap in the face to the people in the neighborhood to begin allowing businesses to start up in a residential neighborhood where it's purely residential and inviting additional traffic and so forth. So obviously, the worst thing that could happen to us would be the situation where you've got multiple car doors slamming at 5 a.m. instead of just one.
Last question.
So the lodge is the issue.
Right.
Because then you've got the late nights that you've got to be concerned about. And you can be respectful now, but who knows who the next owner is going to do. And when the next person comes in asking for a conditional use permit to do the same thing in our neighborhood, what are you going to tell them?
Which leads me to my question. How many vacant parcels are there on the road? Again, I'm trying to get it in my head, how many people could purchase a lot there and do that, or is there no vacant lots? Would it have to be somebody that would sell their house to someone?
There's 3 or 4, something like that.
Okay.
I'd have to look, you've got the plat, and you've got the advantage, because you
Certainly.
have the plat.
I couldn't see how many were on there, that's why I was curious, so.
But the key is who's gonna sell their house next. As a matter of fact, people are already talking about it. If somebody comes into this neighborhood and starts wrecking the neighborhood in the early morning hours, I don't wanna live here anymore. So you've just created the angler situation in our neighborhood.
All right, that's all I have. Vice Chair Fikes.
So I guess, as a longtime resident, do you have any, recollection or experience with golf carts going up and down? And do you have any experience with four-wheelers or ATVs and the noise from that? And then also, what experience do you have in that area getting impacted by the spruce beetle kill and knocking out the trees to deaden that noise?
Okay, there's 3 questions here, and I think I'm gonna try to catch all 3 of them, but golf carts, none. If there's a four-wheeler, it might make one pass, but it's not gonna make another pass before somebody's on the telephone. Because there are no places for four-wheelers to go in our neighborhood except in the road. And on the spruce bark beetle, that's breaking everybody's hearts, but everybody is having to, having to cut most of their spruce trees, quite frankly. And I can see people now that you could never see before. And you can hear things now you could never hear before, because the noise is no longer deadened between residences. People are starting to maybe build a fence here and there for just privacy, but by and large, noise will travel even further, so we'll hear even more car doors early in the morning. It happens.
Anyone else have a question for Mr. Baldwin? All right, sir.
Car doors and boisterous people, I mean, I've got nothing against the people that fish, but loud people early in the morning having a great time should be doing it where they can feel good about yelling loud early in the morning.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify to PZ 2021-17, please come forward, state your name.
Getting old.
We all
Chuck Eubank, 3050 Cayman Court, Basin View subdivision. We purchased our lot in 1984, first lot in the subdivision. We've got creek access, and I have a dock on the creek. So basically what you're doing, you open me the opportunity to sell my place to a guide business now. I can't understand, I've been fishing this river for 40 years, and I can't understand how you can run a guide business if you don't run a guide boat out, okay? You're not gonna have, the only ones you're gonna have lodged there are 3 or 4 people. You have to go up to Eagle Rock or one of the other places to pick your clients up. So basically, most of the guide businesses have their boats behind their own operation. So why do you need a guide license in a subdivision if you're not run a business out of it? That's the part that really, I don't quite understand that. We have probably, I think, 4 or 5 docks on the creek, okay? It's not part of the Kenai River. It's Beaver Creek itself, which is a tributary dumping into the Kenai River. And it's under the Fish and Game and Army Corps Engineers, not under the Parks Division. So, for why they need a permit for this, it's really bewildering to me. Okay, I completely disagree with it, and I hope you guys understand what precedence is you're setting if you vote for it. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, and I think I can answer that question, and Mr. Foster might want to too, but even if there was going to be a daycare business or anything in there, that's what's triggering the permit. So it was just any kind of home occupied type business, and that requires, is that how I would understand that?
Chair Tway, yeah, so it's for both uses, for both guide services and lodging, where the reason why there's two resolutions is because these are two uses in our code identified as potential uses. The applicant is asking for both as a part of their business, for both the guide services that they'd be running, as well as the lodging portion of it as well. So,
yeah, so I'm trying to get around the point that they probably didn't want to have to file for a conditional use permit for the guide service, but they were required by Kenai code, correct?
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. All right, so that would be the reason for that then.
So if your brain's surgeon, you need to get a veterinarian license.
Well, if you're doing it out of your house, you would.
Okay.
So, all right, well, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify to PZ? Yep, come on up.
My name is Kelsey Daniel, and I live at 570 Dolchuk Lane. I wrote a letter. I don't know if you guys read it or if you guys had the opportunity to. We moved from Nikiski to Kenai, and I grew up in this neighborhood. It was my second home. I just started trusting my kids to ride their bikes up and down that road to the bike path. And with the boats backing up in and out, like, that terrifies me. My son has his best friend that lives right around the corner, right there off Beaver Loop, and his twin friends ride their bikes down the road, and we just started trusting these 8-year-old boys to ride bikes back and forth, you know? It's like, at what age do we start trusting our kids that they're responsible to ride their bikes back and forth, you know? Like, we got to give them some sort of, you know, okay, you're responsible. You know, I can't hover over them forever, and it really, really scares me to let them, you know, you can't go down there anymore. You know, I have to walk with you, or I have to take you. You can't do it anymore. Like, you can't go by yourself. You know, I can't hover over my kids forever. We moved into this neighborhood, and at the chance we got when our house became available, I grew up in it. I loved it. This neighborhood, it was quiet, peaceful. It was safe. It's a quiet neighborhood. It was a perfect opportunity in 2017 when we bought the house, and just with daily out-of-town traffic, the littering, the noise, the disturbance, strangers that we don't know coming up and down the road. You know, yeah, you can say they're not going to come down the road, but, you know, oops, we missed the driveway. They're going to have to go all the way down the road to turn around. There's no spots for them to turn around. If they miss the driveway, they're going to have to go all the way down to turn around. So, yeah, they will go down the road and go right past my house. So it does scare me. It does. I'm scared with my kids riding up and down. I have 4 kids. I have a 9-year-old, a 7-year-old, almost 8, and a 4-year-old, and a 1.5-year-old. I'm scared that they're going to get hit. We have new kids moving into the neighborhood. It's not just me that has all the kids. Trust me, there's more kids. I'm not the only one that has all the kids. There's more kids in the neighborhood besides me. There's so many more kids in the neighborhood, and it's so nice to see the neighborhood having more kids. And the neighborhood is booming with kids now. And it scares me to see the boats backing in and out. I mean, there was already one incident with the boats. I mean, what's it going to take for a kid to be under this boat? And if it's my kid, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good. So, just think about it, consider it. I didn't move into a neighborhood, you know. I didn't move down Forest or anything like that. That was loud and crazy. I moved into a quiet neighborhood. I've been friends with Niall LeMay and her family, and they live down Kimming Court, and that's where I grew up. That was my second home. 7th grade, we were best friends, and I love that neighborhood. That's where I wanted, as soon as I saw that house and snagged it, that's where I knew I wanted to have that house, so thank you.
All right, any questions? All right, thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? All right, let's go check online. Do you have some?
Amber Avery, I see that your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak real quick one more time. I just want to make sure that there is nothing personal towards Dean. He's a wonderfully nice guy, and I've had the pleasure of interacting with him multiple times. 2 months ago, he bought a house in a residential neighborhood, and at closing, he got a copy of our covenants. He knew the rules of our neighborhood, and now he's asking to have you guys change the rules that we've had in place for over 30 years. Please don't set this precedent. There are lots of places available for his business 2 streets over on Angler. So nothing personal, Dean. We are a friendly neighborhood, and I just definitely don't want you to take offense to this opposition. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, is there anyone else on Zoom wishing to testify? If so, please raise your hand and state your name.
All right, we'll see if anyone pops it up. Okay, we will close the public hearing. Give the applicant an opportunity. Is there anything else that you want to add into this before we close it?
I absolutely understand your concerns about your children. I actually have my own really young daughter, and I definitely I'm responsible. Whether it is, normally in the morning there's not kids around. After work though, I always keep an eye out. I'm very careful, regardless of if that's boat, cars, just even just in general. I'm very careful to keep an eye out for that. Absolutely, I understand those concerns and have my daughter of my own.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant from any of the commissioners? Good? Okay. Okay, and nobody online, it looks like, so if everyone that's wanted to speak has had a chance, we're going to close the public hearing then. And we will bring it back to the commission for discussion. Start with Mr. Halstead.
I have no further questions.
You have anything?
I don't know if you can hear me, but no.
I didn't. Did you say you're good?
I am good. I have no more questions.
Okay, very good. Vice Chair Fikes.
Through the chair to staff, are you aware of any anadromous habitat protection districts existing in this location and pertaining to that creek? I know it's not the river, but is there any kind of wetlands protection or?
I can answer that, Commissioner Fikes, unless Mr. Foster's familiar with it. So there would be the 50-foot anadromous stream buffer along Beaver Creek.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Question of staff probably, and I thought I'd earmarked it, but I haven't. So, do we have an occupant limit on how many? We have 4 bedrooms, but are we talking 1 person per bedroom, or are we saying we could put 8 people in there if they put 2 in a bed? Is that defined anywhere? Yeah.
Chair Twait, yes, that would be lodging. It would be for the 4 bedrooms. I don't believe that there's necessarily a limit to the number of persons per bedroom. The parking, though, required is per bedroom, so 1 parking space per per bedroom. And then again, the principal residence also needs a parking space as well. I do believe in the application, the applicant stated that their maximum that they would be proposing would be 2 persons per bedroom. But again, that wouldn't be a code requirement. That's just what the applicant was stating, what their utilization would be.
And there again, that would be something that we could put a condition as to how many. I wonder how do you police that, I guess. My concern is the comment, 4 bedrooms might be a big enough of a question, but if there's a trailer that could sleep 2 more or however many more, where does that, the lodging doesn't say it is this to this, it can be any number?
Chair Tway, it really should be the 4 bedrooms in the residence that were identified to be utilized for the lodging. And not a
accessory structure.
Right, not a recreational vehicle.
Okay.
Correct.
Commissioner Dothett.
On the recreation, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is a city code that talks about living in recreational vehicles in the city limits. I believe there's a city code, an ordinance that talks about that specifically, and not being allowed kind of thing.
Okay.
Or over a certain amount of days or something.
Right,
I'm not exact, but there is something that talks about that specifically.
Vice Chair Fikes.
That was my question, yeah, through staff or through, the attorney possibly, if he's aware of the code and if there's a, time limit on that, and is that part of the plan to have a, occupant in the RVs in the front yard?
Okay, is that in the form of a question or not?
Yeah, I guess that was my question. So is if a resident has a RV parked out front and they're applying for lodging, is that RV gonna be allowed to be a part of that consideration?
Chair Tway, Commissioner Fikes, no.
All right, so I would like to discuss the idea of putting limitations on how many occupants are in there, and I don't know if anyone else is willing to make that motion to put some kind of control on that. I don't want to make it. I'll let somebody else do it if they want to. If not, we'll move along.
I just feel it might be difficult to, if we do go that route and it is get approval for that particular motion of enforcement would be hard to prove, I believe, that would be a difficult thing. Whereas noise ordinances, certain time limits, I think would be easier, but I don't know how we'd prove that they had 10 people that night and not 8. I don't know.
Yeah, we got neighbors that'll be keeping track of it.
Yeah, that's true.
So I like I said, I just thought maybe,
that one would just
I
be
thought maybe that
great.
was a suitable place to compromise for a year to see if there was an option to do something similar to that, so.
I was gonna say, I can chime in on that. I think you could have a head count or a capacity limit, and I think certainly with bookings, the business owner, I would think, would have an idea of what the actual record of who's occupying the property. So as a condition of the permit, you could certainly look at the capacity of the, facility. So if you're saying that there's 4 bedrooms and that's a condition to hold the business at a certain size to regulate the traffic, then that's certainly an option, I would think.
Commissioner Springer.
My only comment to that is how are you going to enforce that? Nobody'd be able to tell.
Yeah.
That's all. That's my comment on it.
And like I said, I'll throw it out for a discussion more than anything, but I just think that would be something that might be some kind of a compromise to watch it a year with a limited number, see how it goes, and then have an option for that. But doesn't look like it's got a whole lot of favor there, so I won't push it any further. Any other discussion? All right, we will call the roll, please. Okay, I will let you come up, only because it's getting late, but because we closed the public hearing, I'll let you speak real quick if you can. Name and address for the record, though.
Valerie Eubank,
Okay.
3050 Cayman Lane Court, the first resident in that subdivision. I guess my question is, if they have an RV, They're gonna fill their 4 bedrooms, where are they staying? I know somebody that has a conditional use permit. They had an RV, and they told them, you cannot live in that RV.
Thank you. Now I do have one more question of staff, totally different, but one I forgot earlier. Do we have a list of are there any conditional use permits in this subdivision at all? Daycare, string and bows, anything?
Chair Twait, I'm not aware of any.
Okay, all right. Okay, if there is no other discussion, we will go ahead and call the roll, please.
And
Chair
just for
Twait?
clarification, this is for the lodging portion of things.
This is for the lodge.
And Councilmember, or Chairman Twait, if you could, when you vote, just give a brief explanation of why you're voting the way you're doing. We need to create a record for appeal.
Absolutely.
So if you're gonna vote no or yes, just thank you.
Okay.
All right, Chair Twait?
I will be voting no, on just the sole thing that I can't quite get my head around. I would love to have put some constraints on it, to give them a shot. But I'm gonna vote no, just because I do worry about the characteristic of the neighborhood, and that, is probably, again, something that could have went a year, and we could have identified it, looked at it, saw what it did or did not do. A lot of these conditional use permits that we have passed, the people think that the neighbors think the world's coming to an end, and they almost always turned out very good. So it is a tool that we use a lot, and most often it's always been the right decision. And I do struggle with this, but I think just that I'm worried about the characteristics of the neighborhood being altered potentially. He can run his guide business out of there. He'll pick them up, and life will go on, and then maybe we can look at something down the line. But I'll be voting no because of that.
Commissioner Springer?
I'm also going to vote no, and it's primarily because it's a residential neighborhood that we don't maybe want to go down that path of allowing commercial activity in a highly residential area.
Commissioner Halsted?
I would also echo the comments of Chair Twait and Mr. Springer. I think that with the number of people that are coming up opposition from the neighborhood and the nature, I think he'll still be able to do his business. And I wish him luck on that, but I think just for the safety of the neighborhood and the overall, what we were expecting for that particular area, this would not be a good fit.
Commissioner Dothett?
In relates to the lodging portion of things, due to the overwhelming feelings of the neighborhood, being able to come together in such mass against the upcoming, their worries about traffic, unknown restraints. As far as the lodging goes and becoming a lodge, opening up doors for more possibilities of possible multi-use cabins in the future, who knows? I too am voting no for the lodging portion. I feel that the concerns about having somebody with a boat or an RV, I would imagine that 90% of this area has a boat and an RV in their parking lot. I don't feel that that's a huge concern, but the feeling of the increased traffic and the possibility of increased lodging and not knowing how many people could or could not be in there doesn't go with the ambiance of the whole neighborhood as is, and there's an overwhelming support against it. The neighbors have come together and shown support, and that's why I'm voting no.
Vice Chair Fikes?
Yes, I'm also in opposition to approving this, and I'll be also voting no. My thoughts are for, again, the health and safety, again, with traffic increasing in the area and the times of day that it would be increasing. And the fact that it is a rural residential and the expectation of quality of life and the value that people will attach that to their property, I don't think it'll be recognized if you're all of a sudden backed up right next to a business that's running 24/7 with either bookings, drop-offs, pickups, and again, added traffic that's not already existing there. There are no conditional use permits for any kind of businesses in the area, so again, I don't agree with starting that door opening, so no is my answer.
Commissioner Greenberg?
I'll be voting yes because the zone is the same, the permit is the same, and I believe that's the fair and equal way to apply the code.
Commissioner Woodard?
I'm voting no. Can't overlook that every resident of the area is in opposition of this. And I think if it were to vote yes, it would end up like Angler, and it would just continue.
Okay, motion fails.
Okay, and like the other one, there's a 15-day appeal period that an affected party can file with the clerk's office. If none, I guess there is no permit to not have granted, so that's the deal. You can file an appeal with the clerk's office. And I'm sure all of you are going to scat out of here now after this is gone. I would like to thank everybody for coming tonight and doing a very nice job of staying cordial and respecting the process. I appreciate it. We'll give everybody maybe a couple minutes to scoot out.
Chair Twait, I have a comment.
under the horse? Okay, you guys ready? I do. That's where we lost.
All right, we are back on the record and going to G, unfinished business. We have none. H, new business. H1 is an action approval item, application for a lease of city-owned land within the airport reserve described as Tract A2, General Aviation Apron Subdivision Number 7. Application submitted by SOAR International Ministries. Staff report.
Thank you, Chair Twait and fellow planning commissioners. There's a memorandum for consideration for the commission, and you'll see there's also draft memorandums and a draft resolution for consideration for council. We're bringing it this evening for consideration for the Planning and Zoning Commission tonight, tomorrow night for the Airport Commission, and then later to, I believe it's June 2nd, if I remember correctly, would be going to council for consideration. And what this is and actually it might, I'll just go ahead and read this. It's pretty brief, but it's probably more clear written as opposed to me just summarizing. The Kenai City Council approved via Resolution 2019-57 a 45-year lease application from SOAR International Ministries for Tract A2, General Aviation Apron Subdivision number 7, to be used as a hangar with office space on August 21st, 2019. A 6-month application extension was granted by Kenai City Council on August 19th, 2020, with an expiration date of February 21st, 2021. And the applicant actually asked for an extension based on circumstances due to COVID-19. A lease was delivered to SOAR International Ministries from staff on February 19th, 2021. And a lease extension was approved by the city manager to SOAR until June 19th, 2021. On May 3rd, 2021, SOAR International Ministries requested an amendment to the approved lease execution that's already been approved by council. Please review the attached draft memo, draft resolution, application materials, and really the question to be considered is, does the commission recommend council approval for the execution of a lease to SOAR International Ministries with the amendments? And let me go over the amendments. So in that draft memo that we'll be going to council at a later date, and that's on page 131 of the staff report, really the big difference, and I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to read it just to make sure it's clear, is that SOAR has requested that the 100-foot by 110-foot connecting office facility with an aggregate cost of $1.5 million to be completed no later than June 30th, 2025. And that's 2 years later than the other required improvements in the original application. All of the other required improvements from Resolution 2019-57, which is the approximately 120-foot by 180-foot hangar, aircraft ramp and tie-down area, and parking with an aggregate cost of at least $2 million would be completed by June 30th, 2023. SOAR has noted that extending the connecting office facility portion of the improvements for a completion date to 2025 will assist with the concurrent improvements to their former Kenai Fabric property, of which they currently have a lease on. And that actually, I believe, occurred after the application for the Tract A2 property. And so just to summarize again is SOAR from Resolution 2019-57, which was approved in August 21st, 2019 by council, had all those improvements, the hangar, the connecting office space, the parking ramp with tie down, the parking. What they're asking here at this time is if the one component, which is the 100-foot by 110-foot connecting office facility, if that one can be delayed by 2 years. So instead of being completed on June 30th, 2023 with all the other required improvements, they're asking, can we, and we being SOAR, can we complete the office component in June 30th, 2025. So that's what the ask is. I will add one other, just a little bit of information. I included the resolution 2019-57 that council had approved the extension of this lease to SOAR, which does have a lot more additional details, includes some drawings of both the hangar and the connecting office facility, both site plan and elevation drawings. And so I think I'll leave it there and certainly welcome any questions that the commission might have about this requested amendment.
All right, thank you. We will go ahead and get a motion, please. How about Commissioner Springer? No? Oh. Gotcha. How about Vice Chair Fikes?
A motion for PZ,
Well, no, it's just a motion to approve the application lease.
I make a motion that we approve the application for a lease for the applicant at I don't have it in front of me either. The
Okay.
address, I need the address.
It's Tract A, General Aviation Subdivision number 7.
There you go.
All right, we'll get it one way or the other. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. How about discussion? Do we have any discussion? Mr. Foster explained it pretty clearly, I think. Everybody's good? All right. Call the roll.
Commissioner Springer,
Yes.
Commissioner Halsted,
Is sleeping.
he's not with us.
Uh-huh.
So. All right, Commissioner Dothett,
Yes.
Vice Chair Fikes,
Yes.
Commissioner Greenberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Woodard,
Yes.
and Chair Twait.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. All right, takes us to item J, reports. For a very short report, Councilman Glenn Denning. Thank you. All right, we'll move on.
Well, my goodness, I started way here and I came right to here, so it is gonna be short.
I knew after 11 this was going to go downhill with you.
Yeah, but I've had my crackers enough. May 5th, we had a regular council meeting, and Peter Torkelson from Alaska Redistricting Board commented on the upcoming map drawing cycle. And just I retained from the meeting is that each of our districts for the House will have roughly 18,000 people in it, so there'll have to be some adjustment, manipulation, actual physical borders of the of each district. And there's no elections for 21, but for 22, it's going to be a while, right? We enacted a budget transfer to the general fund, increasing the estimate revenues and appropriations for public safety improvement capital project fund to provide supplemental funding to Fire Station Number 2 alerting project and the dispatch base station radio replacement project. What this does is allows our home fire station to respond to opening, closing doors, and maintaining security in the same manner as the airport fire station. And we had to appropriate a little bit more money because as they went through the proof up of the circuitry for the doors and the security, there was some degradation that had to be taken. We approved an ordinance accepting and appropriating private donations to the animal shelter. We enacted unanimously appropriating revenues general fund, accepting funds from the Justice Department of Justice and the Alaska Municipal League for the purchase of ballistic vests. It's a sad commentary on our society that we have now. Necessary. We enacted unanimously an ordinance accepting and appropriating a grant to the Derek Kaufman Fund
through the Alaska Community Foundation for the purchase of library materials. We adopted the city's capital improvement plan for fiscal years 2022 through 2026. That's things that we looked at, say roof repairs, road maintenance, anything having to do with our physical structure here in the city. We authorized a budget transfer from the personal use fishery fund for the purchase of automatic external defibrillators, which is for City Dock, North Beach, and South Beach. There's health emergencies where there was, while defibrillators were found, there was just maybe a slight side. These were on site and available for people. There's at least here of this type of cardiac problems. We approved by the consent agenda non-objection to the renewal of the liquor license, Oaken Tech Cake, and Kenai Joe's Tap House. And we approved unanimously as amended the donation of $500 to the Mountain View Elementary School to be used for purchasing bike helmets for their annual bike rodeo event. We approved unanimously amending employment agreements between the City of Kenai, the City Attorney, City. And you guys are going to like this too. We're going to look at getting new chairs up there, according to Bob Loy, for over a decade. Some of the old people are having problems getting out of their chairs. Not me. I'm down here. Yeah, I'm like a young mule, but I don't know what all y'all are doing out there. And that ends my discussion.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Councilman Glendenning? Yeah, he's on it now. Okay, we'll move on. J2, Vice Chair Fikes, Borough Planning.
All right, we met on Monday. We had one thing on the agenda, and that was a building setback encroachment permit in the Fitz Creek area. It was for a new construction of a storage shed, and so it was not a existing structure. It was in violation of code. It was opposed by administration because it was in violation of code, and it was opposed by the roads department because they were seeking to go 10 feet into the 20-foot setback in order to construct this building that was not already constructed. So there seemed to be no real reason other than to allow this. And there was opposition from the neighbors as opposed to having visibility and access to clear the snow from the roadway. If this was now going to be in the setback, that would be an issue for visibility. And so for all those stated reasons, the motion failed. Spent the rest of the evening doing training on the new electronics and the new diocese and all the new little bells and whistles at the chamber. So it was a fun time.
A new chair will be nothing to you then. You've got all the new electronics over there, huh? All right, any questions for Vice Chair Fikes? All right, we will move on to J3, Administration. Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Chair Twait. I'll be brief. In the Planning Department, we continue to be incredibly busy, and we have currently, we're on track for the next meeting on May 26th. We have 4 plats, 1 conditional use permit, and 1 special use permit. So I just want to give, the commission another heads up. It'll probably be a pretty, pretty action-packed
robust
meeting again. And it's we've had a little bit of a trend, but in some ways it's just sort of reflective to ongoings in the community, and so we'll have another busy meeting on the 26th. That's all I got.
All right. Glad we didn't postpone anything then. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Foster? All right, we'll move on to additional public comments. We have people here. I assume that's what they want. Please come forward.
Rick Baldwin, 3080 Kenai Court, Kenai. I want to thank you for you know, putting up with what went on this afternoon or this evening. I know that it's difficult to see people battling on different positions, and kind of want to make everybody happy, and it's hard to do it. But I want to thank you anyhow for the time you put in, the effort that you put in, and ask you to think seriously about what you did, especially with respect to the granting of a permit to allow a guide to operate on Beaver Creek from our subdivision. Whether or not this guy can do it or not, I don't really know. But now he has a permit, and there's been a precedent set within our neighborhood to allow those people living on the creek to open up their homes to guide businesses. And that means they don't have to house anybody. As you know, clients can show up at 5 o'clock in the morning and find their way down to the creek to the guide's boat or boats. And if you look on the creek, once you've got one guide with one boat, that guide's going to get more than one boat. And so all one person on the creek has to do is sell to a guide, and you've destroyed a neighborhood. And that's sad. So there's a procedural way to remedy that tonight. If the person on the side that prevailed were to move for reconsideration, that would be possible for you to take this up again if you had a chance, or if you'd like to think about it. But I don't really know what you say to the next person that comes to you and asks for a permit for a guide business on Beaver Creek within the subdivision, and you've already granted one. So you have a chance to remedy it if you choose to ask you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Additional comments? Seeing none, we will bring it back and look at no informational items. Next meeting is on the 26th. Commissioners' comments and questions. Commissioner Greenberg.
A lively debate tonight. That was good. That's about it.
Okay. Commissioner Woodard.
I will not be here next time.
Okay. Good to know. Just for one meeting?
Yes, I have a scheduled surgery.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Dothett.
Nothing as of anymore tonight, anyway.
Okay. Commissioner Springer.
I don't have anything else.
All right. Vice Chair Fikes.
Just a tool they're going to be offering possibly coming up with the borough. I don't believe it's this next meeting on the 24th, but it'll be the following one in June. They're talking about giving us commissioners some training in the vacation coding and some setbacks to help us better understand our decision-making and process. So if anybody's interested, those upcoming ones in June, they're going to be talking about those two topics. The attorneys have volunteered to guide us through some of the process and discussion with that.
Okay, I have nothing. Appreciate everybody's input and hard work on this. And with that being said, the meeting is adjourned.